Hello guys, now we are starting the CSS part of web development. Until now I teach the HTML. So now it's time to brief you about the CSS. So this is the introductory video. So first come to what is CSS. So CSS is a language for describing how documents are presented visually and how they are arranged and styled. So until you have learned about how we design the form, the HTML page, and we set the main contents like headings, subheadings, paragraph, we design a forms, we take different inputs of the forms like text fields, buttons, checkbox, radio buttons, etc. So CSS will basically style the selectors and elements of the HTML. So what type of color we want to have in our websites, like button color, text color, etc. We can set the sizes, borders, etc. using CSS. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. We will cover the cascading part in a bit. Don't worry about it for now, because CSS part is not short. It's quite lengthy, but we will try to cover the main contents. CSS is very easy and very interesting. You will never get bored with the CSS. So let's start. So the basic rule of CSS is that we define we write a selector. So the basic CSS include these three things. This is the basic CSS rule, which include three things. This selector can be the paragraph, can be the button, can be the division, div tag, can be section, can be span, and we can directly use the button element by writing button, paragraph, etc., and can also use the ID, unique identifier, for that. So selector, and then we have brackets. Inside bracket is the property, which type of property you want to apply, like the color, like the background color, like the width, font size, height, line spacing, etc. on which, and we set the value. If color, we write the color name, the color code. If it is a width, height, etc., size, so we write the size in different units. So this is example of CSS heading selector. So this is we took h1 and color we set, for example, purple. So this is the property, like property value selector. So selector is h1, property is color, and value is purple. So we can take the image img tag. So we can set the width and height of this img. Included style. When we talk about the style, so we can set the style or we can apply the CSS styles to HTML in three different ways. The first is the inline style. So this include the style inside the line. So you can write your style directly inline on each element. Like you are writing the heading, you are writing some paragraph. So inside paragraph you can mention the color, the font size, etc. But this is not a good idea. The reason is that whenever you have to repeat that color for another paragraph, another tag, so you have to repeat that for each element in line. Like if we have 10 paragraphs and you apply inline style, so you have to repeat it 10 times. Then another way is the style element. you can write your style inside the style element. So this is inside the head. So as earlier stated, we have two main parts of the HTML page. One is the head and another is the body. So inside your head, we can write the style element, and inside style we mention which element to be styled. So this is also used, but I will not recommend it because the page will become too lengthy if we apply. So it will be better to have external style sheet. So we make another style sheet with the extension of .css rather than .html, and write all the CSS properties in that page, and we just refer to that page. So write your style in .css file and then include using link in the head of your HTML, and this is recommended. I myself apply this external style sheet method. So this is the link inside the head. So head include the title as it is stated earlier, and then we have a link. So this is the second way of writing the style. And this is an example of the external style sheet. So you design external style sheet, and then you make a link in your head, link relate, you relate style sheet, and high reference, you give reference to that page. So my style, for example, is the page name .css is the extension. So come to the CSS properties. So we have the properties like text alignment, font weights, text decoration, line height, line spacing, and one more thing, text size. So there is difference between these properties. So we can see this is the text alignment example. So text alignment can be the start, this is the end, this is the end, and can be the center. So the common text alignment properties are start, end, left, right, center, justify, justify all. So all you must be aware of all of these alignment properties. You are using the MS Word, so you apply this to your paragraphs. So another property is the width. So we can adjust the width of the fonts. We can increase or decrease. Another important property is the font weight. So it actually make the font bold and bold. So we can take the unit value as a normal, can bold, lighter, bolder. It can be between 100 and 900. So 100 is the minimum value and 900 is the maximum value. So text decoration, so we can decorate our text like underline dotted red. So we can decorate our text. We can set the height of the line. So the line height property sets the height of the line box. It's commonly used to set the distance between the lines of text. On the block level elements, it specifies the minimum height of the line boxes within the element. So on non-replaced inline elements, it specifies the height that is used to calculate the line box. So it is a normal, can be in the pixels, can be in the percent. So we can increase the line height. Similarly, font size, so font size can be increased or decreased. We can take the values in the relative values like EM emphasize, VHV, percent, and so many more, or absolute values like pixels, points, cm, centimeters, inches, millimeters. So pixel by far the most commonly used absolute unit. 1 pixel does not necessarily equal the width of exactly 1 pixel, but for responsive websites, it is not normally recommended. We have font family like different font family like you can see in here different font family can be selected, so you can style it using your font family. We have another property, line spacing, so we can increase or decrease the spacing by using the letter spacing element. So letter spacing CSS property sets the horizontal spacing behavior between two characters, text characters. This value is added to the natural spacing between character while reading the text. So we have some selectors like universal selector. This is steric. So if we take steric, so this means whole website contents will be selected, and for example the color will be selected as a black. So this is not mostly recommended, because all the website color will be look same, but you can apply it if necessary. So it is already discussed. We have some more selectors like with comma you can apply the property with values to different elements like h1 comma h2 comma, so you can apply ID selector. So it select the element with the ID of logout. So this steric is used. This steric shows that this selector is the ID. So logout will be the selector ID selector for some button. So this color will be applied to that button. So the CSS box model will be covered. So we will cover the properties such as border. So we can change our border style, border width, border color, border style, padding, the main contents, and this border space can be changed using padding, and margin. So margin is between one content box with another. So this is the width and this is height. So width and height can be also changed. So this is border is style with the red color, and this is the main contents. So this is the padding space. Border property include the border width, which controls the thickness of border, border color, and border style. So it can be dashed, solid, etc. So all of these will be discussed. We will be presented to you in next videos. So padding, you can apply padding to all the sides. So if we want to apply it to all the sides, we will take it as a one value, which is for example 10 pixels. If you take two values, 10 pixel and 5 and 10, so it will apply padding to horizontal and vertical. So first one is for vertical, second is for horizontal, and this is not mostly used top, horizontal, bottom, but this can be used to, so we write four values. The first one shows the right, then top, then right, this is bottom, and then left. This means it comes like the clocks wise, first top, then right, down, and then left. So like the padding, we have similar properties, similar way to set the margin. And we have then display property, so we can display our blocks in line or inline elements like vertical as in block. So display property include the inline, width and height are ignored. Margin and padding push the elements away horizontally but not vertically. So all elements like the paragraphs, like the divs, can be shown in line, and all the block elements can be block elements break the flow of document. Width and height, margin and padding are respected. So inline block behave like the inline element, except width, height, margin and padding are respected. So we can modify our block level and element level, inline level properties. So this is inline and this is block. So inline elements fit in along other elements, so you can set your blocks, div blocks in inline fashion, and you can set your inline elements like the block elements, so it all happens using the display property. So stay with us and watch our whole series of CSS. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello guys, in this video tutorial I will teach you about CSS text properties. So using these properties, which where I will brief you, you can change the alignment of text. You can increase or decrease or adjust the weight of fonts, the borders of fonts. You can decorate your text. You can adjust the line height, and you can adjust, increase or decrease the spacing inside the characters or letter. So we have basic these five types of properties, which will be later covered in video lectures through practice. So first property is the text alignment. So the alignment can be in the start, can be in the end. So you can see this figure, the alignment right now is at the end, can be at the start, can be at the center, or can be justified. So there is difference between center and justify. When when we bring it to the center, so at the end sides we can have some characters or some lines which are more lengthy than others, so it may don't look good. So normally justify is used for paragraph, and center is mostly used for the heading. Also remember one thing, that there is difference between start and left. Left, if we are writing the English sentences, so left and start is same. But if we are writing in Urdu, Hindi, Arabic language, so start is not equal to left, but start is equal to the right. So you can see difference in text align start, and left, right, center, justify, and so on. There is another important text property, is called font weight. So the font weight CSS property sets the weight or boldness of the font. So the weight available depends on the font family that is currently set. So we have normally these, if we are taking it as a number, so the minimum number is 100 or maximum is 900, although you can set value beyond these limits 100 and 900, but if we take value less than 100, so it will be by default considered as 100, and if you take it more than 900, like 1000, 1100, so it will be counted as a maximum 900. If we set the font weight as 100, so it will be very thin, and for 900 value the font weight will be very thick, and in between them, like 400, it will be normal. So we can write directly normal, or can write the direct value 400 or 500, but the advantage of number is that we can adjust. So normal is normal, and this is bolder, lighter, bolder, etc. Next is the text decoration, where we can decorate our text like the following lines are decorated. So this is underlined, but some of texts are not, like we can see P is underlined but up to here, So there is a decorated underline, and there is a difference between decorated underline and simple underline. So simple underline will make all the text underline, but decorated will make it more decorative. So decorated decoration include underline dotted, underline dotted red, blue, green. So you can mention the color green wavy, so it will like a wave, underline, overline. So you, when you search on MDN, if you write text decoration MDN CSS, text decoration CSS and MDN, so you will see a lot of other styles also. Then we have a line height, so it adjusts the height of the line, so it can be normal. So we can take multiple possible values like in pixel, so we can take in pixels, we can take in percentage. So if we take 100%, that is equal to normal. So if we decrease a percentage, so it will decrease from the normal, and it will increase in the from the normal as compared to normal if the value is above 100%. And this is 3 em. E means emphasize, so it equal to 3 times the normal emphasize. And this is the 2.5, normal is equal to 1, so it will be equal to 2.5, then the 2.5 times then the normal. So currently it is the normal, so you can increase or decrease it. Similarly, we have another property called font size. So the font size property sets the size of the fonts. Changing the font size also update the size of the font size relative length units such as em, ex. So already if you have set the property ex, em using HTML, so you can then this will be changed. So there is a difference between font weight and size. So weight just increase or decrease the border weight. So if you set increase the weight, so it will increase the, so it will make it as either bold or thin, but the character size will be not change. Here using font size we can increase the character size. So font size can be this is 1.2 rem, r term 1.2 time emphasize. This is extra small, smaller, pixel 80%. so like the line height, you can write the font size of your choice. So this is 1.2 times then the normal. So if we make it 1, it will be equal to the normal. So you can also write it like smaller, you can write the normal. So we have absolute values like pixel, centimeter, inch, millimeter, or relative like emphasize, VH, VW, percentage, and so on. So that's up to you. Pixel by far the most commonly used absolute unit, but it is not necessary that it is exactly equal to 1 pixel. So remember this. Then we have a font family. The font family CSS property specify the prioritize list of one or more font family names, generic family names of the specific selected element. So we can set like a Georgia. So this is a Georgia, like we set it as a serif, or like a Calibri, etc. So font family can also be set. Another important property is letter spacing. So like line height, we set 1, 2, 3 or in percent, so we can adjust the letter spacing. So spacing is the distance between the two letters. So you can see we have set it as a 4 pixels. So this is the size is more than this. So if you look to this paragraph and this paragraph, so the distance here is less than the distance in the character here. So like you write letter spacing 2 pixel, 3 pixel, or minus can also be written. So minus will shrink the letters. So normally we take the letter spacing as a normal, but it can be vary. So this was all about the CSS text property. In upcoming video lectures we will apply one by one property on the on the HTML code. So thank you so much for watching the video, and stay with us. In this video lecture, I will teach you about the CSS styles, or including styles in CSS. So there are basic uh, types of styles, or three ways of including styles, CSS styles. The first is inline style. So inline means you write your style and format your paragraph, headings, button, etc. Inside the line. So you can write your style directly in line on each element, but this is not a good idea most of the time. And the reason is that, for example, my page can include a lot of paragraphs, a lot of headings, buttons. So if you want to include inline styles, so you have to format each element all the times. Suppose I have, for example, 5 buttons, and I want to color it red, for example, or pink, for example. So I will repeat the style. I will make the color pink for each button. Yeah, so I will include the button color inside the line for each button. So repetition occurs, and that is not a good approach. Then we have style element. So you can write your style inside of this style element. This is easy, but it makes it impossible to share styles between documents. So you include the style element. You write the style opening tag and then closing tag inside your head, and make your different headings and different buttons color there. But the problem is that, the advantage is that you don't have to repeat your button color like in inline style. But the problem is that you cannot share this style for different pages. So obviously your website can contain several pages, but you cannot then link to that other pages. We have another type, that is external style sheet. So write your style in a CSS file, .css file. So you create your another file with the extension .css, and then including and then include the using link element in the head of your HTML. So this means .css file you create, and then from any web page you can refer that CSS file. So if you refer that, and that file contain different element styles, formatting, so that will be implemented. So the best approach is to include external style sheet rather than inline style and style element. This is external style sheet example. So inside your head you write your link. So inside link element you write rel is equal to style sheet. So this is basically the style sheet. This is for the style sheet, and you give reference of your my style.css. So my style is a file name, so you can write any name here. So let's start practice all of the style, so you will better understand. Now I start CSS styles using HTML. So I have created the HTML page. This is the main page, which is empty. This is HTML opening and closing tag. This is head, inside it is a title. So I write intro to CSS styles. So inside title I wrote this. Now I start my HTML elements. So first I include, for example, heading. So this is CSS styles writing, for example, and I close this h2 element, and I then start my paragraph. Hello to the world of CSS styles, for example, and then I close this p. For example, this is the basic HTML program. So this is CSS style writing. Hello to the world of CSS style. So I now write the CSS style and will color this paragraph and heading. For example, I want to color this heading and paragraph. So there are three ways as I stated. So one by one I apply. So first of all, I apply the inline approach. So inside this element tag, I write style is equal to so I want to change the color red, and I also repeat this inline style but with different color, for example color green. So if I so this one is changed, this one is not changed. So p style is equal to color green. For example, I make it blue. So this one is blue and this one is red. So if I include a form with buttons, text fields, and I have to format that. So formatting does not only include the color, but we have to adjust the width, the length, and laterally a padding, margin, etc. So in inline style, we will have to write in different style inside this element tag. So this one is difficult as page can include a lot of elements, so writing become difficult. So I come to the second approach, which is to include the style element inside the head. So I write the style. So I will include the style element opening, and then this is style closing, for example, and I write the h2 I write h2 as the color of h2. I want to make the color of h2 as this one red, and inside style I want to make the color of so I will copy it and will write p and will make the color blue, and I will delete this inline style. So this is h2, this is p, This is inside the style element. So if I refresh, so the same result. So what is the advantage of this? Advantage of this is that if I want to include one more P, for example, another style tried, okay, so this will be also blue. And if I include another heading h2, if I write hello, for example, anything you can write. So you can see both h2 color is red and paragraph color is blue. But if I write some more elements like h1, h3, so that will be shown black. So if I does not apply this style element and rather I apply the inline, so for inside each element I will repeat this code. So this was second approach, but the disadvantage is that this cannot be referred or used or linked to other web pages. So I have to cut it from here and we'll go to create another CSS page. For example, I create new page and save it with the name, for example, app.css. Any name you can set for it and copy it. So I simply copied it, but nothing will happen. It's again black. Why? Although the colors are changed using app.css. Remember that you must use .css extension because now we are in CSS. So what should I do now? I will make a link here. So I will write link relate is equal to style sheet and then h reference is equal to app.css. So I refresh now the browser. You can see now the styles are again changed. The headings are red and the paragraphs are blue. So if I don't change the paragraph, only change the headings, so I will save it just, and if I refresh, so this one is now black. So this one is more better. Another advantage of this type is that we don't have to write too much in our main page. So I just will mention the link, and in particular specific CSS page I can write as much as I can write. So this was all about the CSS styles and different ways of writing styles formatting. So thank you so much for watching this video. Thank you so much. Now let's talk about the font size. In this lecture we talk about in our previous lecture we talked about the font size. So font size is was about the font weight was about the weight of the font. So we have different font weights. Now we have different font sizes. For example, you can see font size 1.2 rem. So this means that rem is actually the relative relative size. So 1.2 means it's the 1.2 times the original. So if we make it 1, so it is equal to the original. So if we make it 2, so it will be double of the original. So relative to the original text, we can adjust this factor. There is extra small, double x small. So if we make double x, so we can make it up to double x. Similarly, we have smaller, we have size in pixels, so we can increase and decrease the size in pixels, and this is the percentage. So 80%, so we can make it 100%, so 100% becomes the original. So if we make it 150, so if we make it 200, so it is the double of the original. So 200% will be equal to 2 RAM. So different size: extra large, double extra large, triple x large, small, smaller, and small, double x small. So all of these can be applied. Double x small, small, medium, large. Similarly, we have large, extra large, and we have double x large, triple x large. So you can apply variety of the font sizes. Now we apply it to the our original document. So this is our original document. So let's apply this to the first heading H1. So this is H1. So this was the font weight. Previous action was set for the font weight, which was bold. Now we take font size. So suppose we take it small. So what's happen? Its font size is equal to smaller. For example, if we copy, you will see what happens. Okay, I think I forgot this double. Okay, if we make it small instead of smaller, so smaller, so you will feel now the difference. So we have not saved it. Make it medium. Now you can see it's medium. So if we make it large, you'll see the difference. So if we make it extra large, we make it more extra large, double X large. Now if it make it, oh, it's too big. So we will check which one look more appropriate. So we should not select too much smaller or too much bigger. That will look too much awkward. So similarly, you can select the paragraph font size. So if we make, for example, extra large, the paragraph font size. So now you see this one also look awkward. So this one looks bigger than this one. So if we make it large, so you can see it's now look better. But for me, I will select medium. Now it's look more better. So now I have set the list item size as a medium. This was all about the CSS font size. So wait for our next lecture, and thank you so much for watching the video. Hello guys, in this video tutorial I will brief you about the text align or text alignment. So this is text alignment MDN for CSS. So first learn what is text alignment. So text alignment is a paragraph formatting attribute that determines the appearance of text in a whole paragraph. But you can apply the text alignment to anything, but normally to any contents, but normally it is applied to the paragraph, because paragraph mostly need some of the properties like justification, etc. But text alignment can be for the headings, can be for the paragraph, and can be for any contents. So the alignment, basic alignment types are start, text align start. So just like the color and background color, we can write in a style, in the style element tag text align either start, either end, either in the center, or justify. So you can see here text align start and left, right, center, justify, all, and match parent. So we will now apply this text alignment to this document. So let's see the code. So you can see this heading is not in the center. This is the heading H1, not in the center. These are headings not in the center. So not all time we put the heading in the center. Some headings, some main headings can be fit in the center, some on the left. So this is our main web page. You can see the HTML code for this website, and this is CSS page, which is linked to this HTML page via this code link rel style sheet h reference app.css. So already some of the formatting are done. Color and backgrounds, background color and text color are already set, and this is covered in our last lecture. Now we are applying some text alignment properties. So what I will do, I will write text align. So I want to make it in the center. So I will save it. This is H1. So you can see I have not refreshed the browser, so it is not in the center. So if I refresh, it will come to the center. So if instead of center, just to normally it is in center or left, but if for your understanding I make it is a right and Control S, so you can see it's now in the right. So at the moment I make it on the center. Similarly, you can make H2 for example as a center. So what will happen, H2 will also in the center, but it's look little awkward, not good. impression, so we will not make it in the center. If you look to the paragraph, so if I apply the same property for the paragraphs, so the paragraph will be now these are on the left and paragraph in the center. So again it's look like not look good. It's look little bit awkward, because you can see the sentence finish here and new sentence start from the center, because if this sentence start from here, so a lot of space will be left here. So this is now in the middle, so equal space either on the left or on the right side of this. So it's not a good to have in the center. Rather we make it if we make it left, so what will happen, you can see now all the sentence are in left, so it's look like bit less compared to the previous one. But if we make it right, so all are in the right, that's look too bad. So we are now changing it again and we want to make it justify. So justify will be better. So see now it's look very bad, very good, very better. So you can see all the sentence are now justified, so some spacing are adjusted by itself. So if I make it justify all, for example, so it's more improved now. So this was all about the text align. So we can have more types like start. For example, if I make it as a h2 as a text align start, so start and left are considered as a same, so start and left, right, center, justify. So all of these are the different alignment types. So you can search on this page the definitions given the same as left. So you can see value start the same as left if direction is left to right, and right if direction is left to right. So start is like the left, end is like the right. But remember that if you are typing English, so that English start from the left to right, so start will be from left to right. So this means start and left will be same. But if you are writing the text in Urdu, so start is from the right rather than left. So if you make start, so it will be not equal to left, but start here will be equal to right instead of left. So for English writing, start and left are same, but for Urdu, Hindi and Arabic, the start is equal to right. So center, the inline contents are center with the inline box. The justify, the inline contents are justified. Text should be spaced to line up its left and right edges to the left and the right edges to the line box, except for the last line. So you can see the last line, because lines, if we extend this last line to here, so there will be too much space. Like if we create too much space in functional requirements, so it can sense a different it can sense in a different meaning. So normally the last line is not too much justified. So if we make it justified last, so it will reach to this end. So take example this one, this is h3 for example. So h3 is not justified, so only paragraph. Okay, this is not, sorry, this is paragraph, not h3. So paragraph is justified. So these two lines are end with the same equal space to the right side. So if we remove it, for example, and Control S. So you can see this is okay, sorry. You can see there is a difference. This one ends here and this one ends here, so this is not justified. There is no difference because the lines, the length of line is quite enough, but here we can find a difference. So if we roll back text align as a justify, then you will see the change. Now you can see the change here. So this was all about a text line, and hope you understood. Thank you so much for watching my video. Let's talk about the font weight. So in last lecture we talk about the text alignment. Now we talk about the text font weight. So font weight basically sets how thick or thin the characters in the text should be displayed. So font weight actually sets the weight of the fonts. So it can be thin, it can be thick. So let's take example of normal. So this is normal font weight. You can see if I press here, so it's now bold. So bolds are little more dominant. This is more lighter, and all of these font weights are used in the websites. If we take lighter font weight, so it is also usable. Sometimes we don't make some text to be more dominant, but rather shows it in a passive mood, or does not make it dominant for active reviewers. This is bolder. So this is bold and this is bolder. So bolder are little more bold. Similarly, apart from these set properties, we can increase or decrease the font weights in number. So 100 is the minimum set value and 900 is the maximum set value, and 400 is considered as a normal. So you can see font weight 100 up to 900, and these are all the font weight set. So the font weight property is specified using either a font weight absolute value or relative weight. So relative weight is you can see here normal font weight same as 400. So if you set normal or you set 400, so both are equal, and bold font weight is same as 700. So if you write 700 or you write bold, so both will have the same effect. The number value between 100, 1 and 1000, both values are included. Higher number represent the weights that are bolder than the lower numbers. So this allow fine grain control of variable fonts. So you can search there on the MDN about the font weights, and you can study this. So this is too many material, so you can study it, but now we will go and practice it on this page. So this is a page. Now we want to set the font weights. So this is the HTML page and link to this CSS page. So already some properties are set. So if you want to make the font weight for this, so how can we do that? So we will write font weight before we select it as for example lighter. You can see we have properties normal, bold, lighter. So there is no light option, there is the option is lighter, so we make it lighter. Okay, so we save it and we will refresh it. You can see it's now lighter. So normally it is considered as a bold. So if we make it as a bold, so again it will be a bold. So instead of bold, if I write 700, so the result will be same. You can see not too much affected. But if I take it 900 for example, so little bit change, but for our normal eyes it is not detected, the change is not detected too much. If I take it as 100, so it's very light. So instead of 100, if we take 1 for example, so still you can see the result is same. So this means you can take one value up to 1000 values, but the effect can be observed between the values 100 and 900. So 1 and 100 will be equal for the observer, and 900 and 10,000 will be equal. So now we can change the font size, the font weights of these paragraphs. So inside paragraph we can so I take it as a bold. If I copy it and I paste it here bold, so you can see it's now bold, but all the writings are bold, so it's not look more attractive. So instead we take it as a 400 for example, as a normal. So these are not normal. If I take 100, so it will be little more change you can observe now. So this one is okay now. So you can for example, if I want to make hello guys, in this video tutorial of CSS I will brief you about the CSS colors and background color properties. So you can find multiple web pages where where you can find a lot of HTML color names. So you can search htmlcolorcodes.com/color names. So these are red category HTML color names, so near to red, and this is the hex code, and this is the RBG code, and this is pink color names, orange color names. So you can find hundreds of different colors. So let us suppose I apply any of the color to particular paragraph and headings. So let's start. So this is the web page I created earlier. So I want to color it. So this is the property of CSS to format the HTML page. So formatting include a lot of things, but here in today's lecture I'll brief you about how to color the text and how to set the background color of this web page. So let's start. This is the HTML code for this web page. So I apply the external I create the external CSS page and mention all the color for all the elements mentioned here, and then link that CSS page to this current HTML page. So let's start. Suppose I create this CSS, I have created this CSS page, and I set the different element color. So suppose I set the heading, so you can see a lot of headings like H1 is here, H2 is here, H3 is here, and paragraph, there are a lot of paragraphs. So I set, for example, H1 color. So I will write H1 and then two brackets and then color of H2. For example, I set color, so I can write any of the color, red, blue, green, traditional colors, but a better option is to set from here. So which color I like, I can easily select from here. So suppose I want this color, so I will copy this code and we'll come here and we'll set the color, this one. So all the H1 colors will become magenta. So I will come here to this, and inside the head tag I will create a link. So I will write a link, and then inside link write relate to the style sheet, and then I will give h reference. H reference is equal to app.css. So I will save it, and I have also saved this. So when I come to browser, so you can see the color of H1 heading 1 is changed, but color of these headings are not changed because these are not H1 elements. These are rather H2 and H3. So this is H3, this is H2. So go back to this code. So if I want to change the color of heading 2 and heading 3, for example, this is heading 2 and this is heading 3. So if I come and refresh this browser, so all the heading colors, either it is H1, H2 or H3, all are changed. But for uniqueness, I want to make these H2 as a different color. For example, this one. So I will copy it from here and will paste here. And similarly, if I want to make H3 as a different color, so let us suppose this color, so I will paste it here. So I'll refresh the browser so you can see, okay, H3 are not changed. So if I see, so these are H3. So why H3 are not changed? Okay, I forgot the semicolon. So it will not be correct without semicolon. So if I refresh it, so if I refresh it, yes, these are changed. These are actually green, but if some other color, for example indigo, I set indigo color for the last one. So now you will feel the change. You can see all the heading color are changed. Now if I want to set color for the paragraph, so I will write it here, the paragraph, P for paragraph, and then I will set a color for the paragraph. So I'll try to take some dominant color like orange red. So the paragraph color will be dark orange. If I come and if I run this, so you can see the paragraph colors are change. So this one does not change because it is not a paragraph, rather it is a list. So if I want to change the list color, so I copy here, I make it list, li for list, and if I want to, if I refresh, so this one also change. This was all about the colors. So what about the background color? Because these are the color set for the text, not for the background. So if I want to change the background of this writing, and similarly background of heading, for example, so what will I do? I will modify the existing element. Suppose I want to change the background color of h1, so I will write background. So simply I can write background, but it will be good practice if you write color, because background is a property associated with images, etc. So background color, and I will write background color as a, for example, I see is a pink, so I'll select some color like lemon chiffon, or light golden yellow, for example. Maybe it looks like awkward, but it's just a demonstration, so hope you will never mind it. So you can see the background color is now change. Similarly, if I want to change the background color of this also, so suppose I want to make it same, so I will copy it here. So this color is, I maintain the same color for all the headings. So you can see the background color is also change. So if I want to make it as a blue, for example, so you can write directly the color name. So now the color is blue, so it looks like better than the last one. This code does not include any button. So laterally, when you add some button, you can also change the color property of the buttons also. Let's talk about the text decoration in detail. So as the name shows, decoration, in this property, you will learn how we can decorate, how you can decorate text. So we have different decorated properties like underline. So this is the underline, but this is different from underline tag, where the whole texts characters are underlined. But here you can see this G is not underlined, but some of the text are left. So this means you can use underline decorated property so that it looks more attractive. We have underline dotted, so this is another property. Underline dotted, red, green wavy underline, so this is a wavy wave like underline, and this is the underline overline, so this means underline plus overline. So it depends on designer mind. So different looks can be applied while decorated some text. So this constituent properties, this property is shorthand for the following CSS property, like text decoration property. So this color is red, so using text decoration color we can also decorate different design with different colors. Like this is text decoration, and color is this one, text decoration with different colors. So by studying this page, you can see a lot of decorations. Let's apply some of the decoration. Like I apply this one. So I will write text decoration underline dotted. So if I look to this page, so this is the page. If I want to underline this whole heading, for example, so how can I do that? So I'll just write text decoration, okay, and I'll write underline. For example, if I add this, so this one is now underlined, and this is underline dotted. So here I can write dotted. Now this one is dotted, so it it's look quite better, not bad. So different text can be applied, like we can apply from here text decoration. In fact, I can apply a line through. For example, if I apply text, if I apply some decoration to head 2, h2, for example. So if I write a line through HRUGH, for example. So let's see what happens. Now it's look not good. So this will look like it is cut, like delete, like we applied the delete. So we can write blue underline. So blue underline with blue color. Blue, sorry, does not contain this dash, so this is simply space. Now you can see it is underlined with blue color, so blue underline. And if we make it is wavy, so now it's blue underline with the wavy shape. So you can apply a variety of properties, decoration properties, and the purpose is to make it more decorated. So it's depend on designer's mind how he look to that particular design. So you can apply it to everywhere. Suppose we want some decoration to this text, like whole text. So how can we do that? So we will search for some attractive design, like we see, if we see here this one, I select for example for h3. So this one does not work. If we make simple wavy, underline wavy, sorry, underline wavy. So it's underlined with wavy shape, but it's also underlined. So it is not look very attractive because it is underlined, as well as we have wavy shape. Why it is underlined? Because although we have not set it here as underline, but if we look here, So h3 is underline. So if we delete here underline and save it, so refresh bar, this is h3. Okay, so this one has no underline. Sorry, I did for it for this one, not for this one. So I can also read for these functional requirements, which is also heading 3. So now it is only a wavy shape. So similarly, we can apply it for the paragraph. For example, if for a paragraph I make the declaration as a dotted, so it will like look very bad as far as I can guess. So look, it's very bad. So mostly and mostly it is applied for heading, not for the text. Hello guys, now let's talk about the letter spacing. So what does letter spacing means? The space between two letters. So you can see this is the normal writing. So the letter spacing is normal here. Here it is 0.2. It is a 1 pixel, and you can increase. For example, if I write here 2 pixel, if I write 3, if I write 5 pixel, if I write 15 pixel, so it looks very white. So normally up to 3 pixel we can, or 2 pixel is mostly acceptable. If what does minus means? Minus 5 pixel means it reduce. If I talk about the normally it's like 0, but if we set letter spacing -1, so it reduces the letter spacing from the normal. So this is -2. So we cannot understand if I make it -3, so nobody can read what is written. But if I write hits, if I write -9, so it's impossible to read. So mostly we can do up to -1, or if I write 0, so 0 is actually the normal. So this is a syntax: letter spacing normal, letter spacing 0.3, EME means emphasize. This is a pixel, this is a 0.3 pixel. So you can apply a variety of letter spacing. So let's apply the letter spacing property, formatting property to this page. So suppose I a little bit expand this. So what I do, what will I do? I will increase the letter spacing between these characters. So I will just write letter and will write spacing. So I make it 2 for example 5 pixel. Control S. Now it is now expanded. So it does not look bad, but if we reduce it up to 3 pixels, so now it's look more better. So similarly we can increase the letter spacing. So I will copy it and I will paste it here. I will paste it here. I will save it and we'll refresh the browser. So now you can see the spacing is little increased, but it's look better in this, but not in this one. This is a main heading, and also the size also bigger than this one. So what I will do, I will reduce it up to 2 and up to 2. So I will refresh the page. Now you can see it's look now quite better. So like we can also increase the paragraph. So if I copy it and paste it inside the paragraph, so the paragraph size will now little bit increase, but it's not look good. So I'll make it 1 pixel. Now it's look like little pretty. This was all about the letter spacing. Now we will talk about the line height. We'll talk about the letter height or line height. So the reserved word is line height in CSS. So let's go back, and instead of letter spacing I write line height. This is normal, this is 2.5, this is 3, this is 3 time emphasize, this is 150%. So we can apply in the percent, in the pixel, in the percentage, etc. So there is a difference between line letter spacing and letter height. So letter height actually increase the height of the letters from up and down letters. So the line height property sets the height of the line box. Height of the line box, it's commonly used to set the distance between lines of text. Distance between lines of text. So on the block level elements, it specifies the minimum height of the line boxes within the each element. Let's apply. So let's apply it. So it is a line height, was a letter spacing, and now it is a line height, line h, it's a line height, and I take, for example, 5 pixel. So it's inside the heading. So it's 2. So it will be better if I write 50 pixels. Oh, it's a little bit good. I will reduce it to 40. Now it's look quite better. So if it is mostly applied in paragraphs. So if I copy and paste it inside the paragraph, so I refresh it. Now the spacing between two lines is increased, so I will little bit reduce it. Now you can see, but still it's not look good, so I'll make it as 10. No, it's now merge. So now merge, so I'll make it 15 pixels. Now it's look quite better. So instead I can write it in percentage. For example, I write 50%. So Now 50% is also very looking merged. 100%. Let's look good. So if I write, for example, if I write 10%, and then I will change it. So if I write a normal instead of percentage, if I write the normal, it's gone. Okay. If I write normal, for example, now it's gone back to the normal position. So if I write it large, so large will means, so large will have no effect. So you can apply uh, other ways, like I apply pixel and percentage is already applied, so I can apply direct numbers 2.5. So now you have applied a variety of styles like. So this was all about the line height and letter spacing. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello dears. In this video tutorial, I will teach you the ID selector. So what is ID selector? The ID selector, or simple ID, is the unique identifier for an element inside HTML page. So using the ID selector, we can style the HTML element. Like you can see in this page, web page, we have header H1. We have three blocks, div 1, div 2, div 3, the paragraph, and one button. And all of these are inside the section of our main body. So if we see the background color of the section has a particular color, width and height, and similarly all the blocks have some CSS properties which are applied to all of the blocks. Now see the code of HTML code of this whole page. You can see we have defined a section, and inside it we have heading element and three div elements, and then we have paragraph and button. If we look to the CSS page, which is linked here, link rel style sheet h reference is equal to app.css. So the properties, the CSS properties for a section include the background color, width and height, while the div tags, all the div tags has a background color of this, height of 100 pixel, width of 200 pixels, and displays inline block. Why it is inline block? Because by default div is a block level element. So if we don't display it, if we remove it, like if we remove it, so all the div elements will be displayed vertically like the block. So as there is no distance, so that's why here the margin is 0, but we can set the margin. Now the question arises that if we want to color the block div 1 different from the block div 2 and block div 2 different from the block div 3. So how we can do that? If we write div, so all of these property will be applied to all of the div blocks. So using ID selector, we can easily style each div separately. So how we can do? We will define ID, and ID will is equal to, we will define, for example, ID div 1. Okay, this is the unique name. So ID name will be unique. We write div 2, and here we write ID is equal to div 3. Let us suppose. So how we can style each div now? So it's easy. We will write the first div name, that is div 1, but we forgot something. So if we write this, nothing happens by default, all of the property, because if we see this, there is no div property applied. So this is wrong. We forgot the hash sign. So if we define ID selector, so we will must insert a hash sign before the ID name. So you can see the properties, the background color for the first div is selected. We have this HTML color code. So for example, if we select different color, like we copy it and we paste it. So only the background color of the div 1 is changed. Similarly, the height, weight, display, all properties are applied only to div 1. We will now copy it and will paste it, and instead of div 1 we will write the div 2, and we will change the background color so that it look the div 2 look different from the div 1. Suppose we select this color. So you can see the div tag 2 has a different color from this, and similarly when we copy it and we paste it and we change the name div 2 to div 3 and set some background color from this color HTML color codes. So suppose we select some more color, like we set, for example, this color. Now we will refresh, so you can see all of the three tags has a different colors. So we set some different color from the for the section, like for section we set some dominant color, like uh, we set this one. Now it's look more dominant. So you can see the three blocks are here, and the three blocks has a different properties. So by using ID selector, we apply different properties to each block. Okay. Now, if we want to change, if we want to apply the CSS property to this block, which is a paragraph, so what we will do, we will define like, for example, this is a paragraph. So we will define ID and we set, for example, ID as a para 1, for example. So how we can do that? We will write hash para 1 and we will set background color of, like we set, for example, green. Oh, no. We set only the color. So this one looks not in matching with this background. So rather we will change the background for we see which one. So it will be better if we set some light color for the section. So we will. Now it's look more better. So the paragraph is now green, but still it is not dominant. So instead, if we make it red, so it will be more dominant. Now you can see using ID selector D for the paragraph, change the properties. So inside this paragraph, if I want to make this paragraph as a different color, so that inside this paragraph, this paragraph word look more dominant. So what we will do, or want to make it bold, for example, so we cannot make it bold. If we bold, so we will apply the bold to the whole paragraph, which is the block level. So if we want to make the inline changes, so we will put it in span. So span, as earlier stated, is a inline element. Okay, and we will set the ID for this as a for example ID, for example we set A. Okay, so we will write hash A and we will write the color for this. So we select some good color. So we set, for example, this one. No, this one will be not better because the background section color is also uh, like this. Suppose we select this code. So I am a paragraph for this section. So this whole paragraph is a block level. So ID is applied to this, color is set as a red, and then inside this paragraph, inline span is considered, and then ID is taken for this paragraph, and then paragraph is colored as a blue. Okay, so If you want to make further changes, you can easily do that. So you see span tag is taken inside this p. Remember that you can also take span inside another span. For example, if we want to make this as a span, and inside span you write. Still, it's okay. So this means now this whole paragraph is taken as an inline element inside another tag, span tag. So, okay, if we make it is this is a para 1, and we set the para 1 properties as a red. Okay, so instead of para 1, if we make its id is equal to b, for example, and we delete this id, so paragraph still, but now the name change from to b, so still the same. Okay, so this one is red, and inside one span we have defined another span, and its color is changed. Okay, so if you want to make this heading inside this as a bold, so what you will do, you will write the bold tag here, bold b and b. Now this is more dominant. Now we can change this button property also using the same id selector. So this is button, button 1, for example, we make it button 1, and we take another button, button 2, and we make another button, button 3. Okay, so we left with the 2 buttons. Now you can see what happens. 2 buttons are taken. Why these 2 buttons are in one line rather than in 2 lines? Because button is a inline element, so it will be shown in the one line. So we can make it as a block, as discussed in our previous lecture already. So how we can change the property? If we write like the div, if we write button, if we write button and background color as a, for example, we set some color for this, and we set background color to be this one. I select this color. Okay, now the color of both buttons are changed, but if I want to make this one different from this one, so how I can do that? It's very simple, like uh, the div tag, like the div tag we took id, so I'll write b button 1 element, and for this I take id is equal to button 2. Okay, so I will write here button 1, but I'll write here hash sign. I'll put the hash sign. Similarly, I'll write button 2 with some different background. Suppose I set the background color to be, I have to see, okay, I want to select this color for this button. Happens. Yes, I think I have done some mistake. Okay, this is but 1 and this is button 2. So but 1 and but 2. But 1 and this is but 2. So right. Button 2 ID but 1 ID but 2. Oh, it's not change. Suppose I take pen ID. So suppose I take C and D horizontal. C, and for this I take ID as a D. Okay, button ID is equal to C and D, and I take here C, and here I take D. Okay, so let's see. Okay, now it's change. Now this button is red and this one is with different color. So this was all about the class identifier, sorry, the ID selector, and hope you enjoyed today's lecture. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello dears, in this video I will brief you about different ways of writing selectors. Okay, so let's start. You can see here we have a body, inside we have heading, paragraph, one section, second section, and a unique identifier are also given. For this is it's section 1, for this section it is section 2, and then we have 4 div elements inside section 1 and 4 div respectively in second section. So you can see here the class name of this div and this div is same, which is A, and these two is also same, which is B, and these two also belong to A. So this means div 1, div 2, div 3, div 4 belong to class A. So if some properties are applied to class A, so it will be applied to these 4. The first 2 from the section 1 and these 2 from the section 2. Okay, so now first apply different ways of writing the selectors. For example, we have, if we want to style h1 and we want to make the background color to be, we will select some color from this website. We write background color, we write the width is we take the 200 pixels, and the height to be 50 pixels. Okay, so let's see what happens. So this is not enough, and rather we will make the width little more increase. We make it 300. Okay, so you can see now it's okay. Now we want to apply the same properties to paragraph also. So we will write key same properties to, so you can see I am a paragraph. Exactly the same properties are applied to both of these block elements. So instead of writing the properties of or repeating the properties for both of these elements, we can just write p. So this will mean that apply it to both. So comma separator, using comma separator we have separated the two selectors. So if we refresh, so this is the same. Okay, so if we apply it to the section 1, okay, so what will happen? Oh, section 1 is actually the ID, so we will write the hash. Nothing happens because we have nothing happens. Why? You see, this is section 1, this is section 2. So okay, now it's happened. Now if we write here the div, we write here div. So this means now it is applied to every div. You can see to every div properties applied. So let's suppose we want to apply these four classes different from these four classes, means A class with different and B class with different. Okay, so we want to apply the same for the class A. So what we'll write, class A, class A. So these two and these four divs belong to class A. Similarly, we can apply different property to class B. So we can select, we'll copy, but we will change the color. Suppose we want to make different color for the rest of the class, the second class. So, right, okay. So these two classes, class B has a same color and these class A has a same color, and these two has also the same color as like this. So using a comma, you can write multiple elements and thus you get style. So this was all about different ways of styling. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. In this video I'll teach you the descender. So what is descender? Descender is actually styling of elements that belong to some other element or that are inside some other elements. So let's start. We have this body, and inside this, suppose we take a div tag, for example. We write div. Okay. So inside div, we take heading. Suppose we take section. Suppose we take section instead of div. I am heading 1. Then we take paragraph and paragraph 1 of section 1. Okay. And then I write button. For example, 1. So we have a defined section. Inside we have heading, paragraph, and button. So I refresh this. You can see we have paragraph, heading, and button. So all of these belong to the same div, same section. If I want to apply some color, for example, I will take some more paragraphs also. Okay, this is paragraph and paragraph, and I am button 2, button 2, sorry. So these are shown in line because button is inline element and these two are block level element. So all of these are block level, like the div. So if I want to color the section, so I write section background color to be some color, like I select this background color for section. Okay. So background color of whole section is changed. If I want to change the color of paragraph, so I write B. Okay, and I will color it's like this one, for example, or more dominant this one. I will here. These two has a different color. So what about if we apply descender? So using descender, we can write that as these all of things belong to the same section. Okay, so we can write paragraph of section. So by default we have one section, so the result will be same, but lately when we add more sections, so we will then use the ID selector. Okay, again the same result. So this is descender. So we are coloring, we are setting style for this paragraph. Okay, so we have write it here So if we write the section and heading h1, and we take some more color like this one for the heading, so we can write heading color to be like this. And if we want to make the button color belong to this section, so we'll write, okay, so we select some color for the button, like we select this color for the button. Suppose we select this some light color, so we will copy and we will paste. Okay, so section, all the elements belong to the section will be colored differently. So this one is okay. This one can be directly also applied without descending. But what if we apply it to, if we take one more section, I am paragraph 1 of section 2, and this should be also section 2, and this is button 1, this is button 2. Okay, so if we see now, these two looks exactly similar, but we want to make these paragraph different from this. So how can we do that? Using descender. So if we apply, if we write here directly P, okay, if we write here P only, so the color will be still applied, but for there will be no effect. Suppose I write here P, write here H1, and I write here but okay, still same result, but I want these to be different from these. Okay, so how will I do? I will define the ID for this. That ID is equal to A, and we'll take ID for this as a B. Okay, so now we can apply a descender. P of the P of the ID A. Okay, this one is A, and heading of the A. Okay, and button of the, we'll save it. You can see now properties are applied only to heading one of the element IDA, paragraphs of the ID selector A, and buttons of the ID selector A only. So if you want to apply different color to these, so you will use the ID selector B, and then you can style it using descender. So this was all about the descender. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello my dears, in this video I will brief you about the descender element, descender selectors. So What are descender selectors? In descender selectors, we style elements under some other elements. Okay, suppose we have, you can see this page, we have two sections, and inside section we have list, and inside list we have uh, anchor tags. So if you run the browser, you can see we have these two sections. Okay, so if you want to style this style section, if we write uh, if we apply CSS to section, so it will be applied to both the sections. So what we do normally, we give the class ID to this section and this section, and then accordingly we specify the colors. Okay, but before coming to this, suppose we want to make all the anchor tags background color different from the other text. So how can we do that? We can do that by using, suppose we write anchor tags, we write anchor and background color. Suppose we select some color from this color code. Suppose we select this color. Okay, so you can see all the anchor tags are now changed. But if I want to change all the anchor tags for this section, so I cannot write the section because it is the same as the previous this one. If we write the section, okay, if I write the section, so this has no meaning. This has no meaning, section A, because both are sections and both include the A. So this has no meaning. So instead we will define some class for this section. Okay, or we can say ID. Suppose ID. Why ID? Because ID is a unique identifier. So I uniquely give ID to this section as a section A, and this one ID is as a section B. Section B. Okay, so we have now two sections, section A and section B. So if I want to color all of these different from this, so how can I apply? One way is that we define a class or ID for this A, but as this video is about descender, so I am doing it using descenders. So this one is ID, so I will write hash is for ID selector, is section A. Okay, and I apply the background color, for example this one. I will it now, I save it. Okay, now what happens, it is applied to the whole section, but I am not applying it to the whole section, I am applying it only to this anchor tags. So I will write A. All right, A. So A is the anchor tag, but only for this section. So you can see now it is applied only to all of the anchor tags belong to section 1. And I will copy and I will make it B, and we'll select some different color like this one, copy, okay. So if I run, yeah, not change. So sorry, this is section B anchor text. This is section A, this is section B. So now it will be okay. Okay, not okay. So what happens? Section B, and this is section B and anchor tag. What's wrong? If we see, if we copy again, so this is section B. Okay, this is section. Okay, so we put it in wrong place. So we will put it here. So this was the closing tag. Now it will be. It's okay. So the background color of all of these anchor tags are different from these two belong to other section. Okay, so this was all about the descender. So we can style different. So instead, if we write li instead of a, for example, li, and this is also li. Save it. You can see it is applied to all of the list. So this is not applied to the whole block, whole section, but only applied to this. But normally we color the background of the link different from others. Laterally, you already learn about how we can, or you will learn in more videos that how we can decorate it more by removing underline, by color it different, by resizing it, etc. So we can also if you see, you can also apply the same CSS property to these anchor tag or list by applying the classes, for example, so that for that we will not need any for that we will need no need of defining the descender. For example, we take class is equal to class A, and this same class is applied to here. Okay, so this is class A, class A, class A. So you know a class name can be same for different. We take class name same for the different anchor tags, but ID is the unique. So all of these belong to same. So what we will do, we will apply background color to this whole class. So class is dot. So if I save it, so it is applied to, still it has the same result as the descender. So you can apply it using the class or using descender. So in descender you don't need to define the classes for that, and for the descender and without descender you must have to define some IDs or classes for these anchor tags. Similarly, if we define the class for this list, so whenever we apply some property to some class, it will be applied to the whole list. So what about if we apply different colors each of these anchor tag. So this one is different from this one is different from this. So you can apply it like this one is from different from this one from different from this one. So rather than class, we will take ID. So ID for this maybe A, this one B, this one C. So by doing that, you can easily apply the style to each of the anchor tag individually. Okay, so this was all about the hello my dears, and this tutorial I will brief you about this descendant selector. So the descendant selector is made up of two or more selectors separated by a white space. A descendant selector of the form A space B, for example, matches when the B element is an arbitrary descendant of the sum element A. Okay, so you can see this HTML code. We have body h1 h2 inside the body, and we have one section and two second section. So this section include div, 4 divs, and this section also include 4 divs. Okay, so we can make it different numbers. So if we refresh, so you can see I'm heading. So these two belong to body, and all of these 4 belong to 2 sections. 1, 2, 3, 4 to one section, 5, 6, 7, 8 to another section. Okay, so what if we write if we are applying CSS property? So if we write the div to be, if we write div, and if we write the background color, if we write, what's the problem here? So sorry, I'm doing the wrong page. So if I write background color to be, sorry, I'll visit the page, I'll write HTML color codes. Okay, so I have different colors here. Suppose this, I select this color. So if I write this width to be 300 pixel, height to be 50 pixels. So I save it. You can see all of the divs are styled similarly. Okay, so instead if I write the section, this will mean the div belong to section. So I think there will be no change, because we have all the divs belong to section and the section is like the same. So we have not identified uniquely both the sections. But if uniquely identify using ID, for example, the ID of this is suppose section 1, and the ID of this is section 2. Why I'm not using the class? Because the class name we take is the same. So for different elements we can take the same class name, but ID is different. So if we take the class name same, so it will create problem, because if this is class section 1, this is class section 1, or this is class A, So if you want to make these different from these, so how I will do that? So this will create a problem. So I take the IDs and I write to style only these four divs of the section. Okay, so I will write the section 1 divs only. Color the section, style the section 1 divs only. So all the divs belong to section 1. Now we have mentioned the section, which section? Which is section 1. Okay, so you can see only these four divs are colored differently. So if we want to make color the other section divs differently, so we will write, so we will first copy and we will write section 2 divs and we will copy this. Okay, so we'll write background color to be different. What happened? Oh, this is section 2 div and this is section 2. Okay, so okay, I put it in the wrong place, sorry. This is actually the correct place for it. Now it will be fine. You can see divs of both sections are now different. Okay, until now it's now okay. Now what if we want to make the first div of this section and the first two of these, the first two divs of section 2 to be same, like these two, div 1, div 2, div 5, div 6 to be same, div 3, div 4, div 7 and div 8 to be same. So in this situation this will not work. Section 1 div 1, section 2 div 2. Okay, so for this we will make use of the classes for the div. Until now we have defined the classes for the the IDs for a section and ID for this, but as we are grouping the similar elements like div 1, div 2, div 5 and div 6 in the same group, so we will take the class, the unique class for this class. Okay, class A for example, and we will copy this class, we will paste it here, we will paste it here, and we will paste it here. So all of these are now the class A elements. And now I am writing class B. Okay, so I will copy it and I will write class B and write class B and I'll write class B. Okay, so what mistake I did? So this is class A, this is class A, this is class B, this is class B, and this is class A, this is class A, this is class B, this is class B. Okay, so class 7, 8 shows some time. Okay, so this here is some sort of repetition. Here comes now. Okay, and also in the okay. Now I want to apply these two class A and these two class B. So what I will do, I will write here no need of writing a div. I'll just write class A, class A, and this is a class. Okay, so you can see these two classes has same properties and these two are styled same. Okay, so let's suppose we take two more sections, like we copy this whole section. Okay, we take this section and we take another section. So we have set of sections. This is another copied section. So this will take 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so see what happens. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So um, if we want to apply the color only to the class A belong to the section 1. So what we will do? We will do section 1, only section 1 class A. You write section 1 dot, no, asterisk is used for the ID. So this is the this will be section 3. Okay, so what we will do? Okay, so we have applied it to the section 1 dot A, and this one is also colored. So this is section 1. Okay, sorry, this is, as this is in a double bracket, so we will write it capital. So now you can see the class A but belong to the section 1. Okay, and if we want to apply it to the section 3 also, so we can write section 3 here. So you can apply section 1 and section 3 dot A. So sorry, this one we will use dot A. Now you can see we have applied class A of the section 1 and class A of the section 3 only, but not to section 2. If we have to apply to all sections, then we will write just section 1. So here we have made use of multiple selector, this selector 1, this selector 2, and also the descender using the class selectors. Okay, so what if we want to make all of these different? So for that you will have to take the IDs instead of the classes. So you will define different IDs like ID A, B, C, D, E. So individually you can apply to each ID then okay. So this was all about the descendant and classes selectors. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello my dears, in this video I will brief you about the pseudo class hover. Hover is an important property of CSS. So hover pseudo class matches when the user interact with an element with a pointing device but does not necessarily activate it. So for activate it we will use the active property. So it is generally trigger when the user hovers over an element with cursor or mouse. So you can see this button, the background color you can see is a yellowish. So when we hover a mouse, so it becomes pink. So you can see this is CSS. So dot join btn. So dot indicates it is a class name, and we will use double dots like this hover and the hover properties background color. So you can also set other property like the color, the text size, font weight, and other properties like text decoration, etc. So all this happens when the mouse hover. So you can see this is the class name and this is applied. So let's we apply it to the our web page. So you can see we have this web page, and we have two sections. So when we come to the this, so in previous video it was discussed for descender. So now we change the title, and the title to be hover property. Okay, we write hover. Okay, hover. So what I want to do from this, so if I press this button, so nothing happens. So if I want to hover this, so the background should be color like red, green, and text should also be changed. So we open HTML color code so that we can select easily or color of our own choice. Okay, so let's start. This is app.css. So we have app.css. So okay, so which thing you want to hover. Suppose we want to hover the button, on the button, we write button, and we will write it to be hover, button to be hover, and we will write the background color to be we prefer, for example, some background color like we prefer this, suppose. So we'll copy, paste it here. So whenever mouse hover occurs, so button color, background color will be this one. So we will refresh. You can see now it's green. It's green. Okay, all the buttons color now are green. So instead, if we select some more color, like we select some lightish color. Okay, some light color like if we press, it should be some this. Yes, okay, it's fine. Okay, so we write hover. Okay, so it's changed like pink. So this was all about the hover. Let's apply it to only this section buttons. So if we want this to be different color from this, like if we remain it same, but we want it to be different. So what we will do, we cannot write a button because button is everywhere. So we will write the ID name. So ID here is A, ID is B. If we take class here, so class name is same, so it will be applied to all the classes, but we took the ID selectors. So we will write here hash, and we will write A. Okay, we will write a button hover. So if we refresh, so you can see, okay, what happens. So this is okay, sorry, this steric, there should be no space between these, so it was my mistake. Now it's hover, but these two not hovers. So instead we apply some different color for the ID B. So we will write B. So I will write some, for example, we prefer this one. So okay, so this is our ping, but this is in matching, so we will select color like so. We suppose select this color. So for B we will select this color. Okay, now you can see we have different colors. So you can also change the text color. Suppose I want to change the color, text color. Color means the text color, and I want the color to be somewhat like this one, for example. So I'll copy and you will paste it here. So refresh the browser, so you can see the color is now different. Okay, so this one, or if you see the original color, it is black, but if we press, the color is different. Okay, if we select text decoration underline. Okay, so you will see now, you can see the when hover mouse enter, I have not pressed it, remember that is another property of pressing, so the writing become underline. Okay, and we can also select like font size to be 20 pixel like, so even it will become font increases. So you can apply a variety of the property for this. Okay, so if I apply to this page, this is another page, you can see we have a set of links. This is links inside the list, anchor tags inside list. So if we come to this, you can see we have a couple of anchor tags. So how we can style it? So we can say all, we will apply our property to anchor tags, and but before we will first make text decoration to be none. Okay, so we A is anchor tag, text decoration none. So we will now see, now text decoration are none. But when when the cursor comes on this text, like it should be underlined then. So if we remove the cursor, so it should be not underlined. So how we'll do that? So we will write a hover and we will write text decoration to be underlined. Okay, and we'll write text size should be 10 pixel. For example, so what happens? Okay, now you can see it is underlined when the mouse cursor is on this text. Okay, so if we make this 20 pixel, okay, what happens is, sorry, this is font size, not text, font size to be, okay, so now it happens. So this was all about the hover property. In next lecture I'll teach you about the active property of pseudo classes. So thank you so much for watching the let's come to discuss about the pseudo classes. So CSS pseudo class is a keyword added to a selector. Any selector, can be ID selector, can be class selector, that specify a specific special state of the selected element. For example, a pseudo class hover can be used to select button when the user pointer hovers over the button, and this selected button can then be styled. So okay, so first we discuss here the nth of type. So nth of type, CSS pseudo class matches elements based on their position among siblings of the same type. You can see we have this HTML page with these you can see here, this is style, this is style, and this is style. So one is left, another is style, one is left, another is style. So you can see here in nth we have tag even. So even number is, even is 2, 4, 6 are all styled. So instead of even we can write 2, 4, 8. So we write just 2 of n. If we write 2 only, so it will style only this. If we write 4, it will style this. But if we write 2 of n, so still it is equal to even. So let's apply it to our this page. So we have couple of sections created. So if come to this, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4. If we want to only style this one, let us suppose, so we will come to our this page and we will write section. We want to change the section property. It will be applied to all section nth of the type. So suppose we write the 2. So what will happen? It will change the background property of this one. So we have write the background. We can change the, we can apply any property like font size, font weights, color, etc. So if we write here 2 of n, so it will be applied to even number. You can see this is 1, this is 2. Okay, so using this you can style it. We can set some more better color. For example, select for example this one. So instead of it I can write this one. So now it looks similar to the previous one, so I select this one rather than the previous. So you can see Now the effect will be changed. So this was all about the nth of type. Thank you so much. Hello dears, let's discuss how we can change the size of fonts. So let's start. This is a section inside which it is a block, and inside block we have a paragraph of text. So this is the code. We have section, we have heading inside the section, and then we have div block and then paragraph block. So unique identifier element selector ID is set as S1, and then S1 properties are also set, that is padding top and padding left, and this is the div property. So now we have to increase this text size. So how we can do that? So if we make one way to do is that we write a paragraph, okay, and we write we write paragraph and write font size of 20 pixels, let us suppose. Okay, this is a simple way. We write the font size and the font will be changed. Similarly, if you want to change this font size, so we can write the tag name which is H1 and then change it. But problem occurs. The problem arises when we have to further change this text div text font size. We want this to be more dominant. So by doing by setting the property for all the paragraph is useless. So what we will do, we will take a span. Remember a span. So span is the inline level element. Unlike the block, the paragraph is a block level and span is a inline element. So we take id is equal to any name can be suggested, like I take S2. Okay, so I write first S1, but we will write the hash because we write hash with the element selector and 20. So this will not change because this S1 is applied to the whole paragraph. But now we want to apply font size to S2. So what is S2? S2 is the element identifier for this span. Inside span we have div. So we will write the font size to be 50 pixels. Okay, so if I see I am adieu, so you can see this is more modified. Further you can change the color, like color, okay, color property. So you can write it as a red, for example, so that it become more dominant. It is I am adieu. Okay, and further properties, like we want to make it bold, so you can do it inside this by writing B for bold and save it. Now you can see it is further. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Now come to discuss another important property of CSS, the inheritance or CSS inheritance. In CSS inheritance, we inherit the element inherit the property from its parent element. So let us see this web page. You can see these two buttons and these paragraph belong to this section. Okay. And these two buttons and these two paragraph and heading belong to this section, and furthermore these two sections belong to a body. Okay, so if we apply color to this section, for example to all section, then it may be possible that some of the properties are not applied to each element inside that section element. So then we will use the inheritance properties to style that element belong to parent element. So let's apply the inheritance property. So you can see we have body, inside we have section. So section is the parent of in section is body, and the parent of these buttons and paragraph is section. Okay, so suppose this is the already applied background color and color. The applied color is blue, you can see. Okay, so what if you see this blue color is applied only to the text but not to these buttons. These buttons are as such as it was before. So color is applied only to these text. Normally it is applied to heading and paragraph, not to the button text. So one way is that we apply it to these buttons. So we will write a button. If we style only specific buttons, so we will take the ID for this section and this section, and button belong to particular ID will be styled. But now we are doing it by using inheritance property. So we will write button. Okay, we will write the button and we will use color. So which color? We actually want this color, but using inheritance. So we'll write inherit. Okay, now you can see the button colors are now changed. So it is inherit from the this section. If we take like body, and we take the color of this body to be red, example. So you can see so okay, we will write something inside the body. So we come to this, and inside body we have sections. So we write something like h1 of body, for example. Okay. You can see this one is red, not black, because this belong to body. And now I have set, if we come to this, I have set body color is equal to red and section color is equal to blue. But you know section also belong to this body. Section also belong to this body. But remember that styling will be applied to specific class. So by default, if we see all of these belong to a body, but inside body this color will be applied to its parent, that is like a grandfather. Okay, so if father exists, that should not follow the grandfather, so it will be blue, it will be follow the also blue, because the button father is section and section color is already defined. Okay, so if we remove the section, for example, if you remove the section, now button will be inherit from this body. You can see all of the text are now red because now we have removed the section, so the whole body is now red. But if we remove this, for example, body color red, so this one is red, this is directly in body, this one section is inside the body, but still these are not colored. So now when we paste it, now it becomes red. So there is no math involved, but inheritance property will be applied to specific, so we can call it as a specificity. So the further of button is section, but section does not exist, section does not exist, so it will inherit the color property from this body. Let's apply to some inheritance property this form. If you come to this form, so if we write, we have body, inside it which have form, and inside form we have heading, paragraph, and then we have input, and we have label for that. Okay, you can see on this browser we have heading, we have input, labels, and button. So if we write the form and color to be red, now you can see these three are red, but still writing are not red, but showing in black color, and this one is also a black. So what should we do? We will apply inheritance property to button as well as input. Color to be inherit. Okay, we save it. Then you can see now if you write, now it's red. Okay, so still we have body, so if we apply it to body, so it will be not followed because we have a form inside it, and the properties are applied to form as stated earlier. For example, if we write body and color to be red, color to be green, you can see color still does not change, although these all belong to body, because body contain form and specifically form color is selected. So if we remove this, we save it, now everything is like green because we have removed the form. Now the parent of all of these is now. So this was all about the inheritance. Okay, hello dears, let's discuss how we can color the text. Okay, so let's start. We have 4 paragraphs. You can see on the screen paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4. So we want to make these paragraph colors and different colors will be applied to all of the paragraphs. So how we can do that? So this is CSS page. So one way is like we take, for example, we write here color. So color will be used, no background, no style, only color. So I will write red. Okay, for example, So what will happen? All of the paragraph color will become red. But I want to make different colors for each paragraph. This one red, this blue, green, yellow, for example. So how can I do that? It's easy. I will take the ID for this as a selector. So I write ID is equal to, for example, S1. I take ID for this as a S2. I'll take ID for this as a S3, and I will take ID for this as a S4. Okay, so 4 different IDs are taken. Now what I will do, write hash S1. Why hash? Because S1 is a not paragraph, but S1 is the ID selector for the paragraphs, for paragraph 1. So for ID selector we write the hash. So we will write S1 color to be somewhere red, and then we will copy it and we will write S2, write S3, we will write S4, we'll make it blue, we'll make it green, and we will make it yellow, for example. Okay, so I refresh. You can see different colors are set. This one is I'll take some color which is more dominant, so orange. Okay, we have these different colors. Now the colors of the whole paragraph are taken. Now what if I want to make different color inside a particular paragraph? Okay, like I want to make this AM as a black, this one as a yellow, this one as a blue. So mix color. So how I will do that? So for this I will take the ID for each of the words. So how I can take ID? So this is used by using span. So span is, remember, span is inline element. Paragraph is a block level element. You can see the different, this paragraph start in another line, this another line, you can see. So this is a block, one block created, then other. But span is the inline element. So inside span I will take, like I take ID, for example P1 ID. Okay, P1, and I take P1, sorry, I will write this as a ID, and this inside I will write a P1. Okay, and similarly I will copy it, and sorry, I will, no, for example I want to make this as a different color. So what I will do, I will take span, I will take span here also. Okay, and inside this I will take ID. So ID name will be P2. Okay, so this is P1, this is P2. I will come and I will copy this. Let's suppose I write P1. So color I take is gray. Okay, and I take another element p2 and I take blue. Okay, so let's see. Now you can see this one is gray, this one I is original in a paragraph. So three of these I, A, one are like from the paragraph, and this M is gray and this is the blue. Like I want to make this as orange. So what I will do, I will come to this. So I will take the span. So take a span. Which word you want to color? Write that word inside the span and take the ID. Okay, ID is like a P3, and similarly I will take P3 and color set, for example, orange. So this was all about how we can color the text. Let's come to discuss the pseudo elements, which is another important CSS property. So CSS pseudo element is a keyword added to a selector that lets you style a specific part of the select elements, like the first letter of the heading or paragraph, the first line of paragraph, the some if I want to apply the selection property, such as if I select some text of the paragraphs, which should the background should be yellow, red, etc. So what you write, you write here a selector. Selector can be paragraph, can be heading, and you write the pseudo element. So it can be the first letter, it can be the first line, it can be the selection, etc. And then you add the property like background study, color, and its value. So let's apply. Let's apply it to the we apply it to this page. So suppose if I say the first letter is I. So what I will write, I will come to the CSS page and write the H1 first letter, H1 first letter to be background color to be red, for example. Okay, so the first letter of H1 will be red. Background color is now red. So instead of background color, if I write the color, for example, so you can see the effect. Like now the first letter is now written as red. So in our previous lecture, it was presented to you that inside paragraph, coloring paragraph is easier. Like we write here the P. So like we hear the P and then we color it. But if we want to color the this whole text, this whole word like heading, so we can do like by applying the ID selector property, such as we take this inside the span and we take some ID identifier we take some ID for that, and then we apply CSS property to that, but that is quite lengthy way of doing that. So easy way is that we apply the pseudo element. Okay, so if we can also apply another property like font size to be 20 pixel, like for example. So what will happen, you can see, so nothing happens. This is the first letter, and if we see, okay, first letter font size, if we write here 30 pixels, it's now more dominant. So another property is first line. So if we want to make the paragraph, every line, first line of the paragraph to be somewhat like first line, okay, first line of paragraph, and the color to be red in color. So I'll write the first line. So by default you can see paragraph consists of single line, but we can extend the paragraph. Okay, so I am paragraph of section 1, for example. If I copy it multiple time, I am paragraph of for example, you can see, oh, this is this become too lengthy, and still, for example, yeah, save it. Now you can see we have multiple lines inside this paragraph, but only the first line is you can see is red. Okay, then I have another property inside the pseudo element, which is selection. So if I want to apply selection, so I write selection, inside I write background color to be yellow. So those text which I select will become yellow. So if I select P selection, and then we have background color to be yellow. Okay, so this is okay, this is P, and this is, so we write P of the selection. It's okay, this is also okay, and color, background color to become red, for example, red, then okay, it become red when it is selected. Okay, if I select some another color, like from HTML code line, if I select this one, okay, yeah, okay, I select some this color, I copy and I paste it here. Okay, so when I select, it becomes here. See this, so these are interesting properties we can apply to our website, and we can style it more. So this was all about the pseudo elements. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching the video. And now after the hour, we will discuss the another pseudo class property, which is the active. So active is a CSS pseudo class which represent an element that is being activated by the user. So whenever mouse click, so activation occurs. You can see this button. When we click this subscribe, so you can see there can be feel the effect in the shadow. So you can see dot join btn. So what is dot join btn? It is actually the button class. So dot join btn. So there is the name of class is used with dot selector, and then active properties applied, and inside inside we can see the box shadow is 2 pixel from the top, 2 pixel from the right, 5 pixel from the bottom, and then we have color apply. So let's apply it to our css page. We have this button, and already hover was applied, but now we remove the hover and we apply the instead of hover. For example, if we come to this page hover, so initially it was hover property applied. So instead of hover, so if we make this as an active, so we'll write active. The rest of syntax is the same as like the hover, we just replace it with the active. Now you will see when a mouse comes, so the color, background color and all the property does not change, but when we press it, so property does not change, but when we press it, it activates and everything change. So the difference between hover and active is that active is activated with the mouse click, and hover is when the mouse just come over the button. Okay, so using active property, we can style our buttons and everything inside the page. Okay, so this was all about the active. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello guys, in this tutorial I will brief you about the border, CSS border. So let's start. You can see page is created. This is the empty page, structured according to the HTML standard. So you can see the title inside the head, CSS border, but nothing is showing in the body. So if we run it, you can see the page is empty. Here the title of the browser shows CSS border. So we create our div division element, div tag. So this is opening and this is closing, and inside it we first create a heading, like we create for example h1, okay, or we create h2, and then we enclose this h2. Okay, so I write I am CSS border. Okay, let's suppose, and then inside it we write some paragraph, hello, for example this is div 1, this is div 1, for example, and we call this div, we define the ID for this div as a is the name for this div. Similarly, we create 2 more divs, and the second div is B, and second third is C. For example, CSS border. So I write this is due to, and this is, for example, okay. So I will browse it. You can see. So we have created three blocks, block 1, 2, 3, but effects cannot be observed. So rather than writing the head and writing words in the blocks, so if we uh, create the paragraph and we write the headings, so still the result will be same, but it is stated earlier quite in quite videos that the div is useless without applying the CSS property. So we apply the CSS property. So this is a double p app.css page, so it is already linked. So link, so you can see style sheet hrefs app.css. So we apply the border apply property to this div a, for example, first, and we call it we define its width, for example. So directly start from the background color. So we first change the background color. Okay, so different types of background colors can be possible. So we write HTML color codes. So HTML color code, so you can select any color. For example, I select this color. So I copy the code from here and paste it here. So I refresh the border, the page. So you can see the background color for this whole div tag is color. But you can see the width is too larger, so we can adjust the width. Like width, we set the width as 400 pixel, for example. So it's now look better. Similarly, I select the different colors for the rest of tags, div tags. I change it to B and I change it to C. Okay, so for example, I select this one for the second div, and select one more color is for the third div. Okay, now I will refresh my page. So you can see three different colors are applied. Now I set some more property for this div tag, like I want to set the border width. So you can see the border width is not set. So I set the border width. So I write border width and I take it as a 5 pixel. So it will be nearly 10 pixel mostly. So if you set it 10, 50, 100, so it will look very large. So if I refresh, So nothing happens because I have not set the color and style. So I write the border color. Okay, I make it black and I will select border style. Okay, and I will write a solid for example. Now you can see the border is style and border width is set. So further you can make more changes. Uh, you can select many more styles. So you can select like I will write border style in CSS MDN. So I'll visit border style. So you can find from here a variety of styles. So this is dash, sorry, this is inset. Okay, this is dotted. So if I write dash double and non, so I can set this. So I will copy and I will paste it here. So when I refresh, you can see now it's look quite different. So you can set the border style only on the left or the right side. Okay, so how will I set it? So I can set it like I write border left, right border left style, for example border left style. Okay, and set it as a now the left one is now dotted. Hello guys, now talk about on the border radius. You can see here we have one div inside a section. So this is a section and this is a div. So this is the HTML code. We have one section and inside we have a div with the ID div1. So you can see here we have set the CSS property for the section with background color, width, height, div with the tag with the ID div1 with background color, height and width, and this is S. So S is the element, S is the ID for the paragraph. So this paragraph is inside the div tag. So div block, sorry. So both P and div are the types of the block level elements. So and this S, so the properties of S, that is padding top and padding left, are set as 40 and 50 pixels. You can see top, and this is the padding left and padding top. So why we took it is in a paragraph. So instead, if we write I am div, this text inside div without paragraph, so then padding cannot be applied, and because padding is applied to the block level, not to the element level, or sometimes something like span. So if we write it directly without paragraph, so we must close it in span if we want to change the property. So a span is the inline level element, so we cannot apply padding. This we have taken a paragraph. Now apply the border radius. So we are applying border radius to div 1. Div 1 is the ID for the div element. So let's just suppose we take it as a 20 pixels. Okay, so refresh the browser. Now the browser radius, the border radius is set as a 20 pixel. So if we move it to the 50 pixels, so it will look more rounded shape like this. So if we take it as 100, so if we take it as 100 pixels, so it will look like this. So that is all about the radius, but we can set different borders. Like we have, you can see here we have 4 corners, 1 2 3 4. So if we want to set only the one corner, let us suppose we write 0 0 0 and 50 pixels. Okay, so let's see what happens. Oh, so the left side border is set. So if we make this one as a 50 and this one as a 10, so that you can really feel the difference. Now you take this is, you can see this is 10 and this is 50. So this one is the first, this is second, this is third, and this is the fourth. So you can see this is the fourth and this is the first. So you can adjust to different borders. So yes, this can be used as a design. What's happened? Oh, I forgot writing pixel. So you must write the pixel, and if I see, no, it's look like a good design. So that is all about the border radius. Hello dears, let's discuss the border style. So this is div block, and this is the section. So this div is inside this section block. So and this is the paragraph inside the div. So paragraph and div both are the block level elements. So this paragraph block is inside div. So let's apply the border style. So these are the 4 borders. So let's see. So this is the code section, and inside it div and paragraph. Some of the properties are already applied. You can see on the browser. So what I will do, write the border style. Then we can have many styles like dotted. So the border style will be now dotted. Okay. Now if I want to change it, and we have some more like inset. So inset is another style. So inset is like this. If you want to make it some more style like dash solid, like solid. So this is solid, bold line, border, and dash solid. Okay, so what's the problem? This is the dash solid. Okay, we make it dash. So this is not, this is, there is no underline sign. Okay, this is dash solid and so on. So we have other style like dash groove, like we apply the dash groove. Okay. Now this is another style, and if we want to apply some more style to this, so along with this we can set another property. So uh, if we want to uh, if we want to make this style inside a border, so generically we will write a border and we will write its width. Its width is important, like we set 4 pixel, and we set the size as a dashed solid, and we set color as orange. Okay. It's a problem. For example, I take it 4 pixel. This is the border 4 pixel solid, and we take it as a red. Okay. So what's happened? Now you can see border is applied. Remember, this 4 pixel is necessary. If we remove it, so still result is can be seen, because this is solid is already bold, but other styles might not be seen clearly. So if you want to make its color, so you can easily do that. Okay, so this was all about the border style and with a particular color. So you can set the font inside the border style and then color also. Thank you so much. Hello guys, it's time to discuss the CSS box. So inside the CSS box, now I will teach you how we can style a div tag using CSS. So in HTML videos, I already stated that without CSS, div tag has no meaning and the effect cannot be seen. So look at this page. So we come to the HTML code. So you can see we have divs. So this is the opening and this is the closing. This is div, this is div, this is another div. So we first name it. We first name these divs. So we define the IDs for the divs and take its name as A, for example. And let's take this div ID as a B, and this is one div, this is another div, and this is another. So we take it also as a div ID, and we take its ID as a C, for example. Sorry, as a C. Okay. So if we refresh it, okay, so it was already applied. So we come to this app.css. So it was now what you will write, you will use the hash sign and then you will write the name of the div tag. I take first A, and then I take A, and then I write the properties. So first I write the background color. So which color suits you, you can write. For example, I write yellow color. So if I save it, now you can see the color is set as a yellow. So you have HTML color codes. So you can select, for example, I select this one. So I will come and I will paste this color, for example. So if I refresh it, so now the color is this selected. Now I set the width. So if you see the width is not adjusted, so I can adjust the width and height of this. For example, I set the width of this div tag. So I will take width is equal to, for example, I take it as a 200 pixel. Remember that we can also take it is in em percent auto, etc., and we set its height as 100 pixel, let's suppose. Now you will observe the effect. So now this is the width and height set for this div tag. So if I see it, so this was the div tag and it ends here. So I can extend it further. So I will come to this app.css. So it is linked to this. So if you see the link here, I already discussed it in detail that inside head you can refer to other pages. So using this app.css, I am calling this CSS file. So I copy and I paste here, but rather than this color I set some other color. For example, I set some more color for this. Let's suppose I set this color. So I will copy it here and I'll paste this color, and the rest of property are remain same. So you can now see, so this was for the, oh sorry, this was not changed, so now change it as a. Now for every div tag we have set these properties. So by refreshing the browser, so you can see the effect of these, applying these CSS property to each div. But the text are, some of the text are not look clearly. So the reason is that the weight set is not enough, is not adjustable to the box weight. So for example, we take it as a 800. So let's see what is the effect. Now it's look better. So there is no margin because the paragraph is started soon after the div is started soon after this. But here is the margin because division tag does not include these two heading. So if we include these, so it will be also merged. So let's see, there are few top priority requirements. So we for example, we say this. So there is, you can see there is no distance. So if we take br inside these two, so you can now see there is a break applied. So distance can be filled. So this was about the div width, height and background. In next lecture I will talk in detail about the border style, the border width and the border color, the border height So stay with us. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you. Let's discuss something about the div element tag. The div element is the generic container for flow content. It has no effect on the content layout until styled in some way using CSS. So it is a block level element which expands horizontally as well as vertically. So div actually define a particular section, particular part of the main contents. So whenever we need to change the properties, instead to apply the CSS property to the whole document, so we define certain divs and then we apply the CSS property like background color, text fonts, text size, etc. As a pure container, the div element does not inherently represent anything. It is used to group content, so it can be easily styled using the class or ID. So laterally we will you will learn what is the class and ID selectors. So in this figure you can see this is a block which contain image of this tiger as well as this paragraph, be aware of the leopard, and this is styled then with particular border. So using CSS we have applied no, sorry, don't we applied, but you can see in CSS the different properties are applied. So you can see here warning div class. It is defined as a class with name warning. So you can see the dot warning. So literally you will learn how this is styled. So the weight is set and then warning P and warning as a whole. So it is a block level div element which contain this image and this paragraph. So usage. The div element should be used only when no other semantic elements such as article or nav is appropriate. Nav is actually the navigation element which specify a particular links. So you must know that when we structure a page, so normally it contains head and body. So head defines head contains the title and the links, the anchor links, but inside body we may need some navigation links which are dominant, and some of the properties are applied specifically to that navigation links. So we specify those links in navigation and the rest of body is written in the main heading. And then inside the main we specify some div. So a lot of divs can be possible. So if I inspect this page, you can see a lot of div tags are here. Div is here, so this is div, this is div. So a lot of divs you will see inside this body, but as there is no navigation, so there is no need of writing main. So main and navigation are then further specified inside the body. So let's apply it to this page. For example, you can see this is a link about dairy milk. So when you press it, it goes to this page. So these two images and this link appears here. So if we want to appear this link here, so we can easily do it by using break, like we write here break, for example. So what will happen? The link will appear here, but the actual problem was not to appear to make the appearance of this link below the image. So because we want to apply some property to this reference, this anchor tag, so we will specify this in separate div tag. You can see, and now if page is refreshed, similar effect can be seen here. But laterally, as the effect cannot be seen here, it's look like same as a break, but when CSS properties applied, so with break we cannot apply it to this anchor tag, but with div we can easily apply it. So if we want to make the whole div tag like this, so what will happen? It will be literally disturbed and will like exactly the same as before. But now if we want to make it here, so what we will do, we will now insert a break here again. So now the break rule is specific and it only breaks the line, but this whole is now a one division. So if some CSS properties applied to this division using class or ID selectors, so it will be applied to this whole image then, whole body then. So this one is separate and this one is separate. So we can further define more tags, like for this table, like table is defined inside division. For example, we define it here. So we will write div, and then we will write the div tag here. Now the effect is not seen here, but div tag is applied. So whenever we apply the div property by defining some class or ID selector, then it will be applied to this whole block. Next we come to discuss about the span. So the span HTML element is a generic inline. So div was a block level element and it is inline container for phrasing content which does not inherently represent anything. It can be used to group elements for styling purpose using the class or ID. So you can see here we have paragraph, and inside paragraph we define a span. So you will see the difference between div and span, that div can contain multiple paragraphs. So if we want to apply CSS property, then it will be automatically applied to all of the paragraph. But here span is applied only to a particular text inside a paragraph. So you can see this is paragraph at the, and we took span. So span contain like a div, span also contain the opening and closing. So this is basil. So basil CSS properties applied to the basil. This is a CSS property, literally span dot ingredient. So what is ingredient? Ingredient is actually the class name. So it will be discussed in detail when we start CSS. So you can see span dot ingredient and color this one. So span dot ingredient. So span dot ingredient. Ingredient is the class name for this span. Okay, and then span class ingredient pine nuts. So the same class is considered. Ingredient class is considered for all the spans. So if we take it 1 2 3, and then will have to mention all of the ingredient colors respectively. So the element only so we can conclude that span is the inline element, unlike the block. So if we want to apply it to here, to this page, so what we will do, we will write here span opening and span close. So now it is enclosed, this diary is enclosed in span. You will not see the effect, but it is applied to this diary. As we have not started CSS, so laterally when CSS is covered, so you will understand, but you can still see that span is applied to here. You click and go to inspect page. So when you click here, div, so this is second division, this is first div tag, and you can see as span is applied to a particular paragraph inside div. So how you can see it, you will click. So this is first image, this is second image, this is break, so after that link, and then you can see here okay, this is about, this is span. So you can see about, when we click about, it is highlighted. So you can see on the screen it is mentioned as a text. Milk is mentioned as a text, but it is not mentioned as a text, it is mentioned as a span. So normally the span are applied to some link inside the text, and the background color or text color are differentiated using CSS. So stay with us, and thank you so much for watching the video. Hello guys, now it's time to discuss the CSS units section and views. So let's start. You can see this HTML page we have created. We have three divs: div with ID A, div with ID B, and div with ID C. So we have no section right at the moment. So what we do, we create a section and enclose all of these div tags. So section is like the div, but section is comprised of many divs. So inside section we can have 1 to several embedded divs. So we include we enclose this section tag. Now after this was before the browsing, but after browsing you cannot see the effect. So it is already stated that the effect of section and divs cannot be observed until we apply some CSS property. So you can see these are the identifier for the divs. So as we have one section, so there is no need of identifier. We can directly write the properties. So let's take the background color, some color like the red. So refreshing the browser, so you can see the background is now red. So before applying the background color, it was not showing anything because the background color was none by default. So let's do some more changes, little bit changes. New, we write something like hello, I am div 1. Okay, so I am div 1, here I write I am div 2, and here I write I am div 3. Okay. Oh, there is some slat of, okay, it is written in the wrong place. Yes, now it's okay. I'm the one due. Okay, so may I not change the I have not changed the mm, new names, so now it will be fixed. So now change the width of this background. We set by default it is showing the full size, so we take the width. So width is like the 400 pixels. Okay, why the blocks came to the vertical? Because the width of each block when add up is greater than 400, so it cannot be adjusted in this section. So in order to adjust in the section, because we have not set the height, so if we have not set the height, so block itself adjust it for themselves. But as we have set the width, so it cannot be fixed. But if we increase it, like we take it is a 600, so we can see 200, 200, 200. So now it will come to the position again, but still this block is here. Why? Because there is slight margin between the two blocks. uh, we can, if we take it like the 650, so if it is increased little more, now it's okay. So still it comes here. So let's suppose take it 800, and we take the height. So if we see the height of each block is 100, 100, 100, and all the blocks are shown in line. So if we take it as a 200 pixel, so you can see now it's 200. So this is all about the section and divs. So inside section we can take any divs, any number of divs, and inside section we can take paragraph also. So suppose we write here the paragraph, like we have section, and we first write the h1. So I am a section. Okay, I'm a section. So now you can see I'm a section, and we can also include a paragraph. So I will write paragraph. I am a paragraph for this section. Like I write. Okay. Okay. So if I refresh the browser, you can see I'm a paragraph for this section. So this means the section include uh, headings, the blocks, and we can also include the inline elements also. So let us suppose I include a button. So write a button. Hello, I am a button for this section, and write a button. Okay, so I refresh it. A button for this section. So I will increase the height. So the height take, for example, I take 300. Now the button are inside this section. So this is the button. The length is you can see the length. Laterally you can adjust the button length, width, height using the identifier. So this was all about the CSS units, section, and divs. So hopefully you enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello guys, now we are starting CSS margin. So the margin property of CSS is about setting the margin areas of all the four sides of an element. So let's look to this figure. You can see we have this block and the margin set is 1 em. So if we press this, so the margin set is 5% and 0. So what does it mean? So if we write the margin 1 em or 1 like 5 pixel, so it sets the margin of all the four sides. But if we write two digits like 5 pixel, 10 pixel, so it set the margin horizontally and vertically. So the first one is for vertical and second is for horizontal. This one sets the top, horizontal and bottom, and this one sets the margin of top, right, bottom and left. So this is for top, this is for right, this is for bottom, and this is for left. So like a clockwise. So top, right, then bottom, and then left. So if we take it 10 pixels, so you can see on the left side it is taken as a 10, while on the right it is taken as a on the right side it is taken as a 50. So 50 is too much. So if we make it 20 and we make this is top, this is right, this is bottom, so we make it 10 and we make the left equal to right. So you can see now the right and the left margins are equal while the top and bottom are equal. So and this is margin 0, so there is no margin. Margin is 0. Let's apply margin property to this page. So let's start. Apply the margin property to this page. So if you come to browser, so this is the page already open. So some of the properties are also applied, like padding is applied here inside the text you can see, and the border properties are applied, border style, border width are applied. But now come to apply the margin. So let's start. We first apply this to the first div. You can see this is the div A, this is div B, this is div C. So we have 3 divs. Now you can see here if we want to increase this, so what you will do, you will increase the bottom margin of this. So we can do it by 2 ways. Like we can write margin bottom, we take it as a 20 pixel, for example. So this is increased, this is increased. So if we want to increase the top margin, so you write margin and you write the top as a 10 pixel. Now it is little increased, and if you want to make little more with this left, so you will write margin left It's, for example, 15 pixels. So you can see there is no need to adjust the right, because there is no div on the right side of this div. So one another way of setting margin is by writing margin, and we set, for example, uh, we delete it. We set the top margin as a 20 pixel, and then we set the right as a 0, no need. And then the bottom, this is the top, this is the right, and this is the bottom. So we set the bottom as a 50 pixel and left as a 10 pixel. Okay, so now you will see the effect of, so you can see this is left, this is right. So this is top, so top is 20, left is 10. So if you want to increase it more, so you can observe now the left is increased. If we want to increase the top also more, so you can see now top is more increased, the left is 20, and this is down, bottom, so bottom is 50. So you can apply it like this. So similarly, we can apply the margin property to this tag, like we said, margin left also to be margin left also to be, here it is taken as 20, so we also take it 20 to look in line vertically. So now you can see this one is also set. Similarly, we will copy it and we will paste it here. So now you can see the margin is set here. So this was all about the margin property, and thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Discuss another important property of CSS, the display property. So this HTML page is created. You can see we have three divs: div with ID A, div with ID B, and div with ID C, and three spans are written, and all the spans include the button. So this is button hello I am button 1, hello I am button 2, and hello I am button 3. So you can see these are the three divs, and the properties are already set. For div 1, this is the identifier A for the div 1, identifier B for the div 2, and this is for the div C. Background color, height, and width are considered. Now you can see these blocks are arranged vertically, while these buttons are arranged horizontally. So what can be the reason? The reason is simple, because the divs, like the paragraphs, are the block level elements. Remember, paragraph and div sections are the block level elements. So it is displayed as a block, one block, two block, three block. So one after another. So when one block finish, another start on the another line. Why these buttons are not shown vertically rather than shown horizontally? Because it is inside the span. You can see buttons all are inside the span. Thus, all the buttons are displayed in line, because span is the inline level element. Remember, span is the inline level element. Now, what is the purpose of today's lecture? Today's lecture purpose is that we can display all of these spans buttons vertically like the block, and all of these blocks can be displayed horizontal like the inline. So this is called the display property of CSS. So first come to set the display property for the span. So we will take display block. So now the span will be act like the display of the span will be like the block. You can see now the buttons are shown as a block. Now we have to display all of these div blocks in one line. So what we will do, we will write the display and we will write block inline. We write block inline. Okay, now save it and see the effect. Effect is not absorbed because we are not set for the rest of the blocks. Now, sorry, it was you will write inline first. So this means bring inline the block. Bring inline the block. So you can see now all the blocks are shown as a inline elements. So this was all about the display property. Now you can see there is no distance between the two buttons, and the reason is that margin properties are not set. So you can set it. For example, for the like for the button, we set button like we set the property which property margin. Let's say we set margin 10 pixel. Now margins are set, so you can apply the margin properties and set each individual button margin. And if you want to set the specific button, so you can set the identifier. Okay, you can set the identifier by setting the ID, and then you can adjust it. So thank you so much for watching the video, and thank you so much. Hello, next we are starting the padding. So padding sets the padding areas on all the four sides of element at once. So normally it is applied inside the block. So you can see this is the block, and the margins, all the margins are already styled. It is all the sides are colored orange and bold, selected bold. Now you can see the writing are in the middle. So this means the padding properties are set. So you can see different padding properties can be applied. So this is padding 0. So if we set padding 0, all the lines are set to the fit to the box, but you can see different padding applied. So it can be in person or it can be in pixel. So let's apply padding property to our web page. So we apply padding to this. You can see here there is 0 padding, and the heading is starting. Heading is very close to this left border, and this line is also very close to this bottom border. But it is not closed because the width is already set. So you can see the width is taken as 400. So if we take it 200, so it become near. So we further reduce it to 180. Now it's further close. We take, so we will take it a little greater. Why? So to adjust adjust these lines, heading and these lines in this box. So let's start the padding. This is our CSS page. So we will write padding. So if we write only padding and set it like 5 pixel, for example, so the padding will be applied to left, right, top and bottom, all the sides. So you can see padding is applied to all the sides. So now there is slight distance between this eye and border. So if we take it to 20 pixel, suppose, now it's further increased. So you can adjust in pixel, or you can write in percent. So I write 2%. So now see what is the effect. So it's little greater. So now it's in the middle. So percentage is so it is better to write in the pixel rather than percentage. So it's look like more better. Similarly, we can adjust these divs sizes. So we will apply the padding to all of these div tags. We save it. Now you can see border is applied, but you can see there is a now margin is 0. So laterally we will set the margin of these divs. So at the moment break, we apply the break between these two. So you write break. We wrote in wrong. We can write break after this. Now when we write a padding, so it is set for all the sides. But if we want to apply it for the particular sides, like to the left, to the right, so we can do that. If we write 10 pixel and we write 10 pixel, so This means it the horizontal and vertical padding occurs. So let's see, it is not affected too much. It is padding 10 pixels, so we make it 20 pixel, and similarly we make it 20 pixel. Okay, so we refresh the browser. So it is applied horizontally as well as vertically. So if we want to increase the horizontal, so for example I write 40 pixels, so horizontal padding will increase more. So this is the sorry, this one is for vertical and this one is for horizontal. Sorry for my mistake. So the vertical increase more and horizontal remain the same. So if I write 60, so it will be further increase. Don't worry about the space because break is applied, so vertically space is increases. So if we apply, for example, if we write 30, 20, 0 and then 10 pixel, so this means the top, the right, bottom and left. So this is top, this is right, this is bottom and left. So all the borders are adjusted differently. Unlike the padding, so when we write the 4 options, so all of the 4, top, right, bottom and left size will be adjusted, so you can see. But this one is very closer because this one is taken as a 0. See, this one is for the bottom, so we can make it as a 20 pixels. Now it will be okay. Now let's look more. So by default, this top space is more than the bottom, so you can see here now this property is set, and you can apply it to the rest of the div tags. So in next lecture I'll talk about the margins, so how we can increase or decrease this margin between the two tags. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Now come to discuss the CSS height and then width. So height CSS properties specify the height of an element. By default, the property define the height of content area. So this is included in CSS box. So when we increase or decrease, or we set some height and width of an element, it is actually the width of the box where the element lies. So if box sizing is set to border box, however it instead determines the height of the border area. Okay, so you can see simple, we will write the height. So you can see height increases and decreases. So this is auto means it is set as by default. Okay, similarly instead of height we will write here the width. Okay, so if we write, so this will increase or decrease the width. Okay, so let's start some practice. So this is our page. We will change title as CSS Box Properties. Okay, and property we will look to the height and width. So section is defined. Inside, two divs are taken with some background color, and there is no CSS property, but just style inside this element. But on browser it will show nothing. Why? Because the width and height are not set, so it will be not visible until and unless the width and height are not set. Okay, So let's come. So this is section, this is div. So simply we will write a div. Sorry, we will write div. Right, height to be set to, for example, 200, 300 pixel, and width to be set to 200 pixel. Okay. Now you can see two blocks, height and width are selected. Okay. So let's we write a break here. Okay. Why break? So that the property become more visible. Okay, two blocks are here. So you can increase or decrease. Okay, suppose we take 200. Now we can set, you if you see section is defined but section is not visible, so we will write the height of this section to be some near 500 pixels, and width to be some width that's 500 pixels. Okay, we'll save it, we'll refresh. Now section width is set but is not visible because the color is by default null. So color is none, so we will set okay, here is another mistake we have not, but still no effect because the background color is not set. Here a background color is taken inside, so instead of inside we can set we have set for both views here, because if we apply here, so again we will write for both divs, but as both divs possess different colors, so here we cannot write div. If we write div and here we set a background color, so it will be applied to both. So then for that we will apply the ID and class selectors. Okay, so we have defined section. Okay, and we set background color to be some near we take black for example. Okay, so this is the section background color, and the width and height you can see, and these are the width and height of the divs consider. Okay, lately we can apply ID and class selectors, and then we can apply here the color property to each divs. Okay, so this was all about the height width. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Next we discuss about the box color. So color of two types. One is background color. You can see background color of these blocks are already set, and one is the text color. So text is not written here. So you can see we have two divs, div blocks inside section block. So let's apply some color properties, text properties. So for that we will write some text here. Okay, so this is section, so we will write heading h1. This is a section. Okay, and here we will write inside div we will write paragraph, or directly we will write it is a div 1. Okay, and we will write this is due to. So you can see this is due 1, this is due 2, but okay, so this is section. Okay, so if we see, section is not visible because by default text are black, so the background is black. So if we change it from black to some other color like green, okay, now you will feel the difference. Here is section. So we can change the color. So how you write color? So background color is for background and color is for the text. So here we can write color to be white instead and background to be black. For example, for the moment we does not change it. So this is now white. Okay, and but you can see this is okay. So there is some okay, we will make it white. So this become white, this become white, and this also become white. All become white. Although we are not apply it to these divs, but still it is white. Why? Because this div tag lies inside the section. These two divs lies inside the section. So if color of the text is white, so it will be applied to both. But we will go to specificity. So specificity is about we can set further its color. So what type of color? Suppose we take the color to be green. Now it's green. Okay, so if we set some different colors, HTML color codes, if we set some light color, like we set this color for the second here. Sorry. Okay. And we set this color to be blue instead of, or red instead of green. You can see difference found. So this one is now red. Specifically we applied it to the div, and this one become white. Okay, so you can include the paragraph inside this div, inside this section, and you can color it. So for that you will take P. So if you apply color to P, it will be applied to all P's. But if you want to apply it to the P inside the div, so it will be applied only to the paragraph of the div. Suppose we write here one paragraph inside here. I am paragraph of section, and I write I am paragraph of div. Okay, so what happens? I am paragraph of div, I am paragraph of section. Okay, so if you see the color of this is taken as white and this is taken as red, because the color property, either it is a heading, this is not heading, this is just headings, this one only, this one is writing inside the block, and this one is proper paragraph. Okay, so both are taken as red because the color of div is taken as red and this one is a white. So this was all about the color. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you. Hello dears, let's come to discuss the very interesting and important property of CSS, the transition property. As the name shows, transition occurs when some event occurs. So transition CSS property is a shorthand property for transition property, transition duration, transition timing function, and transition delay. So let's take this example given. So if we press here, so it's the transition is in margin right. So from the right side, you can see the margin of right will be transition will be occur on the margin right side, and the delay for 2 seconds. Okay, you can see 2 seconds. So you can see a couple of transition occurs, so it is very interesting. So we apply. We have created this div with a class name circle. Okay, so let's first style. We apply the basic style to this div. Okay, so we take the width. Of this to be 150 pixels and height to be 150 pixels, and background color, for example, we take red, and we take this property, for example. Okay, so come to this and refresh. You can see circle is div is created and it is styled. Okay, I'll apply some margin. I'll take as a 50 pixels. Okay, so you can see it's now we have created now the margin of this div with the four sides is 50 pixels. Okay, now we cover this. Okay, so what we will okay, instead of directly div, we can use the class name like dot circle. Okay, and then you can see here still the same result. So we will write the transition, and we take as of 1 second. Okay, transition of 1 second. So but nothing happens. Why? Because the property during the transition is not specified. Okay, so we will specify the transition, what will happen during transition. So we will specify, so we write circle and hover. We apply the hover property. So hover occur when the mouse enter this div, not necessarily should be pressed, but enter. Okay, so we set the border radius to be 50%. Okay, so first remove this. You can see plus border is uh, dot circle and it is hover. Okay. Is so dot hover and bigger border radius is set. Okay, so you can see when mouse enter this div block, so you can see a circle is created, but there is no transition time. So we can specify the transition time using the transition property. So we write as of 1 second. Okay. So it's now. So interesting. Takes 1 second to convert it to circle. Okay. So if we take it as a 3 seconds, suppose now you can see take 3 seconds. Furthermore, if we want only the background color to take okay, so during hover we have only set the border radius, so we can also set the background color to be like green. So you can see when it is converted to circle means when hover occurs, so these two properties are applied. One is border radius, so it means it is converted to circle, and then color is also converted to green, but transition is 3 seconds. Okay, so you can see now. Go back when mouse is up, so it is then converted again into the original shape with a red color. So this is original shape with a width, height and red color, and when hover occurs and the transition is 3 seconds. What if we want to only change the background color? What if we give transition only to the background color, not to the this radius? This means when a mouse enter to this block, so soon it will be converted to their circle, but the background color will take 3 seconds. So we will write the background color. Okay, we will write the background color to take 3 seconds. Okay, so you can see when mouse enter, soon it will be converted to circle, but it will take 3 seconds for background color to become green. Okay, so if we write only the border radius, the border radius will take 3 seconds. Okay, if you see if hover occurs soon after the mouse is in, the background color change, like we see soon change, but it takes 3 seconds for this block to convert it to the circle. Okay, further we can specify more property like we make like background color, so it is now converted to background color is taking 3 seconds. Okay, but we can use delay. It will occur for 3 seconds, but we use 1 second delay. This means it will start the transition which will take place for 3 seconds but will be started after 1 second, so we give a delay. Okay, so this means when mouse enter, soon it change, but after delay of 1 second, transition occurs for 3 second duration. Okay, so this was the basic transition property. In next video I will brief you in more detail about the transition. In our last video, we talked in detail about the transition property of CSS. Now we will discuss some more detail about the CSS transition. So you can see this code. We have added some more divs to this section. We have 3 divs and 1 separate div inside the body. Okay, so if you see, we have these 3 divs, but no transition is applied, and we have this div inside the body, and the properties are set for this. And also when the mouse hover, you can see convert it to circle with a specified border radius, and color become green with some transition timing. Okay, so this was discussed in the previous already, that we can apply transition property to background color as well as border radius. So here background color will take 3 seconds to be converted to green, and soon when the mouse hover, the border radius will be set to 50%, which means it is converted to circle. Let's see, soon it convert to circle, but the color takes 3 seconds. So what about if we want to set the color for both margin and then the background color? So suppose if we want to write border radius time should be, we write border radius, okay, and write the time to be 2 seconds. Now color will take 3 seconds and radius will take 2 seconds. Now you can see radius will take 2 seconds and color 3 seconds. Okay, so 1 second delay in the color. So let's come to apply some more property to the divs. So you can see these all divs are inside the section. So we write section and div. So why we write section before div? So div is also here. This one is also div. So we write section div and set background color red, height. Suppose we increase the height to be 100, and we write, and then we have margin, top margin of 20, like 30, and then right of 0. Okay, so you can see now we have these 3 with left margin of 0. Okay, so if we want to increase more, it's left, so you write for example 0, and then you write 10 pixel. So you can do it. Okay, now we apply the transition property to this, but for that we must have to hover the mouse. So we will write here section. We want to have a section hover. Okay, so we will write section hovers, and then we will set the margin left to be 500 pixel. Okay, so when the mouse hover, it will goes to the 500 pixel. The margin left will goes to the 500 pixel. You can see. Okay, so all the okay. So there is no transition. Okay, this was some problem here. That's why. Okay, now apply some transition. Like we apply transition of 3 seconds for this hour. But you can see it is not applied. Why? Why it is not applied? Because these are the dues. So we section may be moved, but we have not colored the section. You can see we have not colored the section. We have colored the dues. So we have to write here apply for the due. Now you can see, oh good, it's so amazing. Okay, so this was all about hovering the dues, and let's talk about the timing function. So timing function, if you search on Wikipedia, timing function CSS MDL. So you can see the transition timing function sets how intermediate values are calculated for CSS property. Remember that the time will be the time to reach, the time of duration will be fixed, but the style through which it goes will be different. For example, if we set it's linear and we set, you can see, so linearly it goes in the fixed time. So it is, if we make is in, so this is another, this is in step. Okay, so this is another important interesting. So you can see a lot of transition functions, timing functions are given. So in next video we will talk more in detail and we will practice it. So stay with us. Thank you so much. Now talk about the transition timing function CSS. So you can see here that transition timing function can be linear, can be this one easy in, can be in the steps. You can see in the steps, can be cubic, Bezier, and you can see a lot of transition timing functions are here. So let's apply it to our document. So we have set the timing, transition timing when the mouse hovers, so you can see different you can see we can apply different style and duration. Now apply the timing function here. So we are right here. Okay, the transition timing function. So which function you want to apply? Suppose we want to apply the easy in. Okay, the easy in. So write the easy in. So this one, remember that whenever timing function you set, destination duration, the destination time or time of duration to reach the destination will be 3 seconds here. Okay, it's 3 seconds, but timing function is different. Okay, so is in out, for example, we write is in out. So we will copy and we'll write is in out. Similarly, we can write n, step n. Step n. So the n will be in steps. You see, after 3 seconds, soon it goes there. Okay, not if we remove this and time set duration also, just hover, so soon it will jumps. But here you can see now that soon it jumps after the 3 seconds. So you can see linear. If we set it linear, now further, so smoothly it goes to reach in the 3 seconds. So furthermore, we set this one steps. Oh, it's so nice. So it's moving in the steps and go back in the steps. Okay. Similarly, we can increase. We can furthermore this step. So this is step in. This was in 4 steps. This will be in 10 steps and jump at the start. It will be jump and the end. So let's see. Okay. So we can also apply the inherit property like the div, the block to which a block or element belongs. So it will inherit the properties and so on. So let's apply this cubic bezier. You can see, oh, it's so nice. So this was all about a timing function, but the question arises if we want this one different from this and this one different from this. So how we can do that? So let's apply it to some different divs. So write nth of type. Okay, so nth of type, so we apply for the one. Nth of type is already discussed in the previous lecture, and we will apply this one only to nth of type 1. Okay, so let's see. Remember, you have noticed that the destination time is same. All of these reach to this border with the same time. If you see, oh, exactly, you can see. Okay, so what if I set some different timing function for different divs, like for div 2 and like for div 3? I set some different properties, like for div 2 I apply this one, and for div 3 is in out. So now you will see the difference. Okay, now the 3 divs are set differently. Oh, okay. So this was all about the timing functions. So hope you enjoyed. Thank you so much for watching the video and stay with us. Thank you so much. Hello, it's time to discuss the transformation, which is also another important and interesting property. The transform CSS property lets you rotate, scale, skew, or translate an element. It modifies the coordinate space of this CSS. So you can see transform. This is so the actual shape transform to some other shape, like we have this matrix, we have this scale, so this become the scale. So you can increase further the values, like we say 1 2 3.5 to, okay. So this is another, so it's rotate. So in rotate you can also write the degree. This is the skew, this is the scale, okay. So let's apply the transformation property. So we will begin. Uh, we have taken, this is our main HTML page. We have one section, and inside we have three paragraphs. So you can see we have these three paragraphs. So if we want to rotate this paragraph, so what we will do, we will write, for example, we want to rotate, so what we will do, we will come to a CSS, and these are the property set. So if you want to rotate this one, you can see now this one is rotated, but it does not look so meaningful. So instead we will write the 45 degree. Now you can see it's 45 degree. If we write this to 70 degree, this is a 270 degree, and we have 90 degree, or we write 150 degree. Become 150 degree, okay. So we write like 70 degree, so you can rotate it, okay. So there are some more properties also, like hue. Hue is another property. You can apply it and a paragraph, okay. So if we apply this one, so we have a couple of rotation properties, like we apply this one, transform translate x, okay. Similarly, we have skew. This is another property, so you can apply inherit, so you can also apply the inherit. Like, sorry, this one is used to inherit properties, and we don't have inheritance properties, so it will be inherited from the section to which it belongs. So no, for example, if we apply some property to this, like we apply some transformation, like we apply rotate, okay. So let's suppose we apply this one to section, and we write inherit, so this one will be inherit from section to which it belongs, okay. So section is also okay, this is transform and this is rotate, so you write, for example, 45 degree, So the whole section is now rotated 45 degrees, so it is beyond the screen. So let's apply it to the circle. We draw some circle and apply it like inside this body. We take a div. Okay, and we draw a circle. Okay, so what we will do, for example, we write here, right div, sorry, we write div, and we write the background color, okay. So suppose we set cyan, and we write red. We copy this but increase the weight and height. So if we write to be 100, and we rather delete this. We don't need this. Okay, so from main text we also have to delete. So weight height to be 200. Okay, and margin we set is from top 100 pixel, 0 and from we take 300 pixel. Okay, so see, okay, what happened, we have not saved it. Now we have this with this square, but we set the border radius. We write the border radius to be 50%, so it will be converted to a circle shape. So you now see, okay, it's not pixels, sorry, it's 50%, so it will be half converted to circle. So it's now you can see. So now apply the transformation property like we apply this property scale. Okay, so we'll write scale, and we will then come to browser and refresh. Oh, it's now scale. But if we want to rotate, but we have to write something like inside it. Suppose we write inside I am a div. Okay, and we apply this property like rotate. So if we refresh this, we will see a div, but it outside because the margin is so we will take a paragraph instead. So no need, because uh, suppose we left it with the original text div. Okay, and we rotate it. So what we were right here. Okay, it's already rotated. Okay, so we save it. It's now rotated. Okay, so we apply the different style like this one, skew. So apply transformation to be this one, and we'll come and you can see, oh, it's now, you can see from this text also that it is transformed now. Okay, so we have some more property like translate. So translate it, it will translate it back. Okay, so this was all about the transformation. You can apply a different transformation transition to your blocks or your element. Hello my dears, in this video I will demonstrate you the fancy button hover effect. So let's start. A button is already created on this page. You can see it's a simple button and the label is button 1. If you see the HTML code, so you can see here we have body and inside we have div tag, div element, and then we have button 1. So button 1 is taken. Okay, and then some CSS styles are applied. To do, we have set the background color as a black, and then this is the width and height, and the button margin, width and height are taken. Let's take some more property, like we say background color to be none. Okay, so we will save it, we'll refresh the browser, and we have right background to be none. So background is now none. Now we will set the color to be white so that the label become visible. So this is now visible. Okay, so you are right. Now the border is also invisible, so you write to 3 pixels, 2 pixels, and then solid back. So we'll style it furthermore, so you can see now the button is now designed with more style. Similarly, we can increase the font size to be 2em. Oh, it's we will rather set 10 pixels. Okay, so you can see it's small, so right 20 pixel rather. You can see it is set, but there is no hover effect yet. Now we are going to apply some hover effect. So we will write here button hover, and we will write here when the mouse enter, so the border should be changed, the border color should be changed, so it should become 3 pixels. It should become 3 pixels and dashed, for example, and then we have we have dashed, and it should become like red instead. Okay, so you can feel okay. So the mouse hovers, you can see the background border become red and dashed. Okay, and font is the border width also increases. Okay, so instead of dashed, you can make some more changes like inset. So you can select like border. So we have several styles, like this one is dash. We can make it as a dotted. Okay, dotted, and then orange, dotted and orange. Okay, so we can set it as a solid only. So we will write red, solid, and red. So this one looks more fine, but when hovers enter, background color should be also changed. So these are colors. So if we want some other color, like we set this color, Okay, so we were right. The background should be this one. Okay, now it's too difficult to read the text, so instead you can set some more color which is different from that. So if we write this one, sorry, if we write match it, so suppose we copy this one and you paste it. So it depends on the users who demands you for the website, so based on their choice. Okay, this one is now more attractive. Okay, so like we can also set the border shadow, like we set the color, border color, and then we can also set the, like if we press the white color does not change. Okay, still the white color exists. So if we want to have a color which is not white, so you can set the color like orange color. Okay, like we select this one, so this one will be the text color. So write text color, change. So this one is the no, it should be, oh, we forgot the hash here. Okay, sorry. So you can now see still not change. In fact, we forgot something more. If we write this one color, now it's changed. You can see totally everything, the border, the color, background, everything become change. Okay, now we can apply also the box shadow. So this is the box shadow. You can apply this box shadow. So write the box shadow and color will be red, for example. So you can see, oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. Okay, so you can also apply the transform property, like when you apply transform. Okay, so translate it, not apply other something. Translate y, and we'll write the 0.25 something em, like so. You can see, so it little bit transform, like translate. Okay, so this was all about the fancy button hover. You can apply transition also when it moves a little bit transit. So this was all about the fancy button hover effect. So thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello my dears, let's talk about the Flexbox, CSS Flexbox. It is very important and quite interesting property of CSS. So Flexbox is a one-dimensional layout method for arranging items. Item means elements in rows or columns. So elements can be the paragraph, can be the views, sections. Item flex expand to fill additional space or shrink fit into the smaller spaces. Suppose we have a container section, and we have some div elements or paragraph elements such that the width and height does not adjust in the dedicated space. So then flex bring this adjustment. So why Flexbox? So for a long time, the only reliable cross-browser compatible tools available for creating CSS layout were like the floats and positioning. These work, but in some way they were also limiting and frustrating. So this is now interesting property bringing HTML. So you can see the example. So we have here 3 paragraphs in one section. So by bringing it to the vertical, so what happening, you can see vertically we brought these blocks. Similarly, you can see other example. We have these blocks in line, but these are not looking so attractive. Reading is become difficult. So by bringing it to the by applying flex, so you can see we have now brought it in this position. So this is first, second, third, fourth. So we can arrange all element in row, in column, also in row reverse, like this is the row reverse, and we can also arrange it in column reverse. So this is our main flex box. You can see this is the main axis, this is the cross axis, and we have these elements. That is the main size of this, so it can be adjusted to this whole container or flex container. So this is the main start, this is the main end. So let's apply, let's start applying. So one section is created and we have 5 divs inside it. So we have apply inline style to this style to each div with a background color. Okay, and we have set the width and height to be 200 pixels and taken the section background color as a black, width of 90%, so that some space is either at the left or right is left. Then we have height and margin is selected as auto, and then border is also selected. So you see here we have this black background color, and we have this margin of 5 pixels with red color, and we have 5 divs inside. But you can see here that one div is outside, because when we add up the so you can see the border and everything is set. The width for every width height is 200. So if you see the height of this container is this section is 800, and 5 blocks height when add up becomes the 1000. So one is out. Now we will display the flex. We will display the flex, and the purpose is to adjust all of these blocks inside this container. Okay, so you can see now all of these blocks are automatically divs blocks are automatically adjusted in this inline row. So we can further set the direction. So by default it all of these are arranged in a row. So we can apply the flex direction, flex, and we will write the direction to be row with column. So first we write column. Now it will be bring to the original. So this pink is on the top and this orange, so you can see it fits in the border, the height of this container. Now if we want to bring this orange, this yellow color, yellow color to this and this to the end, this means we have to reverse the column. So we can apply here, instead of column, as a column reverse. Okay, so let's see. Now here this is now reverse. Similarly, by default it is showing in the row, but we can also reverse. How? We will write row reverse. Now the row will be reversed. Now you can see the row is now reverse. So remember, why this space is left? The answer is very simple. If you see the width, it is 90%. Okay, if we kept it at 800, for example, 800 pixel, if we add 800 pixels, so now it's okay, because the if we see width of this is 100, no, sorry, we make it 1000. We make it 1000. So you can see the width of every block is 200 and the overall width of this container is 1000. So all of these are adjusted easily without flex. If we remove the flex, the result will be same, because the width of all the blocks when added does not exceed this. But the problem arises when this width become less than 1000. But here the blocks will be shown vertically as the block property, that by default it will be shown vertical, but you can set its display as inline. So now we have to make it 700, for example, 7700. Okay, so let's see what's happened. So still all the size are adjusted. So if we remove this property, so remove this flex, so it exceeds. Okay, so easily you can adjust the flex direction, so it is the row reverse. If we further reduce it, the width to be 500, so you can see. Now further adjust it. Okay, so you can see this area increases. If you see this width is looking to be decreased, it's less than, very less than, if we take example of, if we take this as a 500, so and the width of this is 200, so when we add up all the 200 become 1000. So this means half it is reduced, half the width of each block is reduced, but the height is not reduced. Okay, so height remain the same, but width is reduced. So this was all about the flux and flux direction. So in next video we will talk more about the flux in detail. So thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello my dears, in this video tutorial I will brief you about the justify contents using CSS Flex. Okay, so you can see we have this section with background color and border, and we have 5 block of divs. You can see it is displayed vertically and we have a space here. Why space here? Because the height of all of these together is less than the total height of this whole container. You can see the height is 100 and the total height is 800. So when we add this, it becomes 500 and it is 800. So let's we make the display to be flex. Okay, so what will happen? It will be converted to row automatically, but still space is left here. So we can justify the contents, like we will write justify contents. Okay, so justify content, sorry, it's content. We will make it to center. So what will happen? It is now bring to the center. So you can see a lot of websites where so in websites you see the menus which include the anchor text are in the center, but still space here if you want to adjust all of these blocks in the whole space. So you can further justify it like space between. So we'll provide a space between these. Okay, so you can see space is given. If you make space around, so you can further see now space is around. So space between and space evenly, we have another property which is space evenly. So now it is equally distributed. Okay, so we further make some of the changes, like we set flex direction and we say we remove it, we say column. Okay, so another space is here, so we can further give style to it, flex contents, justify contents. Okay, content, we justify content to be center. It is in the center, but if we see justify content space between, so space is equally utilized. This pink is on the top and yellow is in the bottom. So instead of column we can say column reverse. Column will be reversed. Okay, so this was all about the justify contents, and stay with us. We will have more videos on flex in upcoming videos. Thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello my dears, let's look to the flex wrap. So the flex wrap CSS property sets whether flex items are forced to one line or to many line. So normally when we write paragraphs, so along with the flex property we also set the wrapping such that some of the items, like you can see, are shown in one line, some in three, some of the in second line. And until now you have seen using the flex display and direction, all the flexes are shown in one line. So here we have no wrapping, here we have wrapping, and we have reverse wrapping. So let's apply it to this HTML. So you can see we have 5 blocks, and you can see we have space here. So we'll reduce because it's greater than the whole block space. So if we make it 500 and we make 500, so it will be adjusted. But I can also make it 400. Okay, so why 400? So to apply the wrapping. Now it's applied, but you can observe that the available space is less. The width is 400, and here we have 5 blocks each with the 100 pixels. So this means they are shrink from the normal size. We don't make it to be shrink, but rather wrap it. So we'll write flex and wrap. Okay, and we'll write wrap. Now you will obviously observe the behavior, so we save it. Okay, so it's in the row. Suppose we make it 300 and also make it 300. So why this? No, you are right. Next wrap. So we make it column. So we have sorry, this is semicolon, sorry. So I also wonder why. So now if you can see it's red, but I will little bit increase for your better visibility. Okay, so you can see now the original you can see we have 5 blocks each with the width of, so the display is column, so I will talk about the height. So when we add 5 blocks height, so it becomes 500, and the available height of the container section is 400, so one is jump over here. So if we make it 300, so now 2 block will be jumped. You can see now it's text wrap. Okay, so furthermore, if I make it as a row instead, so by default it is a row, so you can see now 1 block is here. Okay, so why we have 1 block instead of 2? Because the width is 400, so if we make the width of this section to be 300, so now we can we have 2 blocks here. Okay, so we have not set the justified, so we can set the contents justified. Justify contents, justify content to be center. So we'll make it center. Now it is in the, so okay, so again mistake, it should be okay. Now these 2 are in center and these 2 are in center. Similarly, if we make it row reverse, so you will observe this yellow will be here, pink will be here, and this green will be here, and pink will be here, purple, sorry. So you can see now it is reversed. Okay, so instead we can also make it as a column reverse. So if we display it as a column and we say now, so this yellow is downward and this is green, So if we make it reverse, so again you feel the wrapping difference. So if we make it as a space between, now space is produced between these two. Why not in this? Because the available space you can see is the 300 and we have 100. So if we make it little, sorry, if we make it 250 and so 300 and we make it 250 instead, so now we will fill the, okay, so we have these two here with space, these two here with space, and these two. If we remove the space, so if we remove the space, if we make space around instead, furthermore we will, okay. So this was all about the flex wrapping. So thank you so much for watching. Hello my dears, now we will apply the align item property to the flex. So you can see here we have created a flex, and the flex direction is column reverse. So we make it column or we make it row. By default it is a row, okay, and we have justify content space around, so we make it enter. So it is in the center, but if we little increase the width of the container, suppose width is now 300 and it's 5, so if we make it 600, okay, so you can see, now you can see the effect of adjusting the property. Now if we want this whole blocks of views to be here in the center, so it is justified in the center, but in this row. If we want to see it in the middle of the page, so we will write text, align text, and we will make it to the center, okay. So this is align item, sorry, is align items, okay. Now you will see it's in the center. So instead, if we make it if we make it as a flex end, so if we make justify content rather than we will delete it, rather than center, if we make it flex end, okay, so it goes to end, but by applying this property it will bring to the center from this side, okay. So if we make it row reverse, it is if we apply wrap, okay, wrap property, flex wrap and wrap, so you can see now wrap, but here wrapping is not failed because we have already a space here, so we will bring it to the some like 250. Now you can see these two are shown here, these two are shown here, and this is out of the box. Why it is out of the box? Because wrapping actually brings it to the original shape, but here the height is greater. So height is greater. If we individually add, so the height become greater. If we see, the height is 250, so if we make it 300. So in last lecture already we told about that flex wrapping actually bring it to the original shape and then adjust it in the particular section. Okay, so this is all about the align text, so you can bring it to everywhere you want. So thank you so much for watching the video. Thank you so much. Hello my dears, next we come to discuss the align contents. In last video talk about the align items. So you can see the blocks here are shown in a wrap are aligned in center, but this is the items alignment, so we can see there is a space between these two. So by default, when we see, if we delete this, so wrapping is applied, flex direction is column wise. Okay, so if you see, so this is the first two blocks, these are second and third, so alignment is not justified. So what we do here, we put align items to be in the center, so we have this unique space on all the margins, sorry, on the both of these margins, so they are put in the center. But the purpose of align content is to remove this distance and bring all of these together in the center. So let's see, write align content to be in center. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Okay, all of these are now in the center, so the contents, the whole contents are in the center as well as. So if we see, for example, if we remove this, we only left with this, still it's okay. So this means contents, align contents bring more dynamicity in this. So instead of center, if I write it to be the start, so it will bring all the blocks to the start. So this is a very interesting style you can apply. Okay, so if further we apply more styles, so if instead of start, if we write the end, so all of the contents will move to the end. Okay, so if we give space between, let's see what happens. Now all are brought to the ends with the space between these two, all of these. Okay, let's suppose we convert it to the row. What will happen? You can see wrapping is not allowed in two lines, because the div space is enough to adjust in the section container, but still alignment, all of the contents are bring to the center together. Okay, if we write here, if we delete it, still it's okay, because by default there was no space, because space will be allowed only when there is wrapping, but wrapping was not done. So in order to have a wrapping, so we have to reduce the width. For example, we reduce the width to be 50%. Okay, so 50 is also not enough. We make it 200. Not 200 pixels. Let us increase it. We'll see the width 100 and we have uh, 5, so we will bring it to the 300. Okay, so now it brings to the 300. So you can see the blocks are located, so we will bring it to the 400 instead. Now you can see the alignment are in the center, but if we align elements are in the center, but if we remove this, so you can see still the same result. But if we increase the height of this to be 600, like now you can see this is jump to here and space is allowed. So we will then write align text, align items, sorry, align items to be in the center, align items to be in the center. So now it is brought to the center. It is moved down from the row to this, because in order to have this in the center, but not this one, but as a whole. If this one is moved to here, then this whole will be bring to this middle. Like if we increase the width of this to be 500, so no wrapping will be applied, and it will wrapping is not visible, like in two rows, but still contents are moved here. This is why, because of this, but we will bring it to the 400 again. Okay, so let's see what happens. It is 500 pixels, 400 pixels. So you click. Okay, but we want to remove the space from here, so we will write align okay, align content to be in center. Okay, so this is all about the line contents. Okay, so thank you so much for watching my video. Thank you so much. Now next is align self. So align self is used when we align a particular block, like in this case particular div. Okay, so let's come. We have the flex which is wrapped. So if we further wrap some particular block more, so we can using self alignment. Okay, so we take for example div and nth of property. Okay, we take nth of type, sorry, nth of type, and we write align self to be in center. So you can see not in center but and okay, sorry, we are not specified which one. So I say, let us suppose the third one. Now it's bring to the end here. Okay. If we make to move it to the center, so right, center, you can see it is moved to the center. So center will start from here, the end of this empty space, and end is this one. Okay. Let us suppose we increase the width of this for your better understanding. So width is, so we take it 500 and we take height to be 300. 300. Okay. So you can see this one is moved here. Let's we move it to the end. We copy and so we bring the second to be in center and third to be in the end. So it will look amazing now. And we also bring this to the center. So this is the fourth one. So we will write, copy, and paste, we'll write here fourth, and also bring it to the center. Oh, so it's look very stylish. Okay, so this is called the self alignment, and you can bring alignment of your own choice. Okay, if we remove this, for example, so still it occurs because by self alignment by default the flex is on. So okay, and further if we remove this, so nothing will happen. Why? Because we have to display it in the flex. Okay, and this is row. So if we bring it to the column, so it will have some shape. Okay. Okay, so this is also beautiful, not too bad. Okay, and further if we make the contents to be justified, so like align content and to be in center. Align content to be in center. Okay, so no difference. Why? Because the alignment is self. So if alignment is self, so it will be useless to bring further changes like align contents or align items. If we write align items, okay, so this is align items all are in the center. Okay, if we make further by writing align content, we write align content in center again, so you will feel no difference because it is aligned self to the end. These are aligned to the center, so only these will be bring to the center and space will be no more. So here you can see the space does not exist because already adjusted in the content.